Got it. Anything else, Commissioner?
Nope.
Okay, thank you. The first order of business is to determine whether we have a quorum, because we do have issues to vote upon. And so we need to have a quorum. And as we have 6 commissioners, we have to have a minimum of 4. So I'm going to just call the roll. And if you're here, please signify by indicating that you're here or present. Commissioner Eric Linjo, 4D01. Okay, thank you. Renee Bowser, 4D02, I'm here. Commissioner Ariane Rodriguez-Bouquet, our secretary, 4D03.
Present.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Zachary Israel, our treasurer, 4D04.
Present.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Eric Smith, are you here yet? Okay. And Commissioner Jonathan Noble, our vice chair.
Face of inspiration.
4D06.
Present.
Okay, great. We have 5 of our 6 commissioners. We have a quorum, and I'm sure Commissioner Smith will join us. Eric Smith will join us presently. Our next order of business is the approval of the agenda. Commissioners, can you look at the agenda? I believe that Commissioner Bouquet put the agenda in the chat. If you, commissioners, will look at the agenda and indicate if you need to add anything to the agenda or modify the agenda in any way. Commissioners, do you have any additions, modifications, or deletions to the agenda?
Commissioner Bowser, I just want to add one more announcement under the commissioner announcements.
Okay. Go ahead.
Oh, that DPR will be closed on Friday, but I'll speak more of it when we get to that part of the agenda.
And I would just like to add, I'm sure the Ward 4 council member's office will mention it, but because I wanted to add an announcement about the November 17th public hearing on council member Louis George's Green New Deal on housing bill. And I'll talk about that later. Okay. So anything else that we want to add or delete? Okay, hearing none.
Yes. Oh, sorry,
yes,
Chair
please.
Bowser. Yes, just one brief announcement as well under Commissioner announcements regarding DPW's leaf collection schedule for ANC 4D's area.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Can I get a motion to accept the agenda as modified by 3 additional commissioner announcements?
I move to accept.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on the agenda by commissioners or by our public attendees? Hearing none, we will vote on the agenda as the motion to modify it suggests. All in favor of the agenda as modified, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, the ayes have it. That would be 5-0. All right. We're going to move to the approval of the minutes from our last public meeting, and I'll turn it over to Commissioner Rodriguez-Bouquet.
Great. Thank you so much. And I just inserted the link to the draft public meeting minutes. Apologies that I didn't put minutes on there in the chat so everyone can look as we discuss them. So the draft minutes in September, for those that are joining us by phone, we had business as usual, some notable items, the treasurer's report. Commissioner Israel, who's our treasurer, presented the draft fiscal year 2023 budget for ANC 4D. He'll be discussing that draft version of the budget later this evening for a vote of approval from the full commission. The commission reviewed and voted on 3 new community grant applications to Petworth Arts Collaborative, Home Rule Music and Film Foundation, and Ward 4 Mutual Aid. We had city official comments from the council member's office as well as from our MOCR. We did not have a representative from MPD again at the meeting last month. DDOT spoke about open streets as well as the pilot program for Walk to School Day, where they closed some sections of the roads for Truesdale Elementary School. We listened to some BZA case special exception requests and voted on one on 300 Ingraham Street to approve, and we'll be listening to and voting on a few more tonight. And we shared some ABRA application for change of hours of operation, as well as applications for liquor license renewals, just notifications for residents in case there are any oppositions to those. So those are largely, and I'm sorry, and we introduced and passed 2 resolutions, one urging City Council to adopt legislation overturning contributory negligence in favor of comparative negligence, and the other regarding DPW Zero Waste DC Plan Draft Framework. And those can be found on our website. So I move to approve the draft public meeting minutes from our September meeting as
Second.
written. Great.
Second. It's been moved and seconded that the commission accept the minutes from our Wednesday, September 21st public meeting. Do we have any, discussion from commissioners? Any discussions from attendees on the minutes? Okay, hearing none. Commissioners, are you ready to vote?
Recording in progress.
All right, we're voting on whether to, it's been moved to adopt the minutes from the September 21st public meeting. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed? Any abstentions? The ayes have it, 5-0. Okay, we're going to move to commissioner announcements, and we'll start with the election day reminders from Commissioner Israel and move forward from there.
All right, thank you, Chair Bowser. So yes, very briefly, just as a reminder to ANC 4D residents that all 55 drop boxes from the DC Board of Elections opened up this past Friday, October 14th, and they will remain open through 8 p.m. on Tuesday, November 8th, Election Day. And you could drop them off at any ballot, any of those drop boxes throughout the district. But the 3 closest to our area is the Hattie Holmes Wellness Center at 324 Kennedy Street, Petworth Library on Kansas Avenue, and the 4th District Police Station on Georgia Ave, just north of Missouri Avenue. So those are the 3 closest. You can do that at any time between now and 8 o'clock on November 8th. In-person early voting starts on Halloween, Monday the 31st, and will go through Sunday, November 6th. And that will be open daily from 8:30 a.m. to 7 p.m. at 25 different centers throughout the district. The closest one to our area will be at Emory Heights Community Center at 5801 Georgia Avenue. And then on Election Day, on Tuesday, November 8th, there will be 90 Election Day vote centers open from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. And the 2 closest to our area, again, is Emory Heights Community Center and Barnard Elementary School at 430 Decatur. And I know that starting October 3rd, the board automatically started mailing out ballots to all registered voters. So the vast majority of you on the call should have already received your ballot in the mail in the last week or 2. And you don't have to use the mail-in ballot if you don't want to. You can still vote early in person or on Election Day. That's up to you. And if you never received your ballot in the mail, which is possible, then the Board of Elections recommends that you go in person to vote. So I'll post all this info in the chat. The second announcement is the Sherman Circle Spooktacular Halloween event on Sunday, October 30th from 3 to 6 p.m. That's sponsored by Petworth Peanuts. It's a free event open to everybody. And there's going to be a lot of great stuff going on there. Lots of activities for children, for the community, free candy, free events and things like that. ANC 4D actually awarded a $2,950 grant for this event back at our July meeting. So we are one of the sponsors of it, and it'd be great to see a lot of you there at Sherman Circle on the 30th from 3 to 6. And then the very last announcement is the Department of Public Works has posted their schedule for leaf collection pickup in our area. And so, as some of you may recall, last year there were significant delays in DPW actually collecting the leaves, and hopefully that doesn't happen again this year. If it does, you know, if they don't pick it up within 2 weeks of the week that they say they will, then you should file a 3-1 request and notify your ANC commissioner, and we'll help you. But this year, for our entire ANC 4D area, it's going to be the week of November 28th to December 3rd is the first collection, and the second will be January 16th to January 28th, 2023. So I just saw that today, and I'll post that in the chat as well. So that's it for me. Thank you.
Great.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you, Commissioner. We're going to move to feedback from Ward 4 residents regarding the zero waste, DPW zero waste plan. Commissioner Bouquet?
Yep. So for those of you that are unfamiliar with the zero waste plan, DPW has basically created a plan and framework for the city to reduce our waste and to increase recycling and composting. ANC 4D feels very strongly about this. We passed a resolution last month on the waste management concerns that we have, not only in our single member districts, ANC 4D, but in Ward 4 in general. And DPW is holding another round of engagement sessions with residents throughout the city. The one for Ward 4 residents is taking place tomorrow, Thursday, October 20th from 6 to 8 p.m. online. And I'm going to go ahead and add the link to register in the chat. And so if you do feel strongly about waste management and litter in the area, please do share your concerns. They are very willing and open to listen to them. And this is the only way that we'll be able to improve on those efforts here. If you can't make tomorrow's session, the other sessions are not closed to other residents. So please feel free to jump in another ward designated zero waste DC session. And we sent those listings out with our weekly notification to our listserv. So if you're not signed up for our alerts, please do so, and I'll momentarily add that link to our to the chat. The second announcement I just wanted to make briefly, Department of Parks and Recreation notified commissioners today that all DPR facilities will be closed this Friday, October 21st, for a professional development day. So if you are reliant on any DPR facility on a weekly basis, please know that they will not be open this Friday.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Let me move to, oh, it's me. I'm going to talk about just very briefly about the Green New Deal. It's not, the notice, the formal notice is not on the DC Council website for Council Member Janice Lewis George's Green New Deal legislation. It's B240802, and I wanted to flag it for everyone in Ward 4 in our ANC, because it really is trying to chart a new path to produce affordable housing, affordable to people who, affordable to everybody, but particularly hopefully making a difference for extremely low and very low income people. I've put the bill, the link to the bill from the council website into the chat. if you are not online and can't get it, I have it printed out here. I can I can send it to you and, you know, answer any questions that you may have. Usually we're encouraging people to testify. Normally you have to register 2 days before the hearing. So that would be Tuesday, November 15th. And you can testify, give telephone testimony, you can testify at the hearing, or you can give or you can give written testimony. You can testify in person and give written testimony. So if you have any questions on that, feel free to contact me. That's all I have on that. Now, do we have one more about you've already talked about the DPW collections, Commissioner Israel?
Yes, and
Yeah.
I'll post a link in the chat to all that information right now.
Okay, so now we're on to community comment. And so if you have a question, a comment, a criticism, or want something to be addressed, please unmute yourself and let us hear it. You have about 2 minutes. We ask you to identify yourself. You don't have to, but it's easier for us to get in contact with you to help resolve your issue if you do. Also, if you're on by phone, as Commissioner Noble said, you can *6, and that will unmute you, and you can give your comment or criticism. Do I see, or is there anyone who is on video would like to make a comment during community comment?
I would. Do I need to? I'll put my video on.
Yeah, that's good.
Hi.
Yeah. Hi.
Yes, I would like to know whether or not there is any sort of comprehensive strategy being proposed, being developed to address the overwhelming rodent issue in the city. I know there have been a few listening sessions, and I just want to sort of give kudos to Mr. Brown and his team. They are very effective at working with the community and doing their part, but they need partners. We need a public education campaign. We need for the Department of Public, whatever, the DCRA, and others to do their part. And so I would love to know whether or not there is any effort underway to really come up with some sort of comprehensive strategy.
Good, very good question. I don't know. I have not heard that. Even though we've complained many times to Mr. Brown, and he's very efficient. And he always proposes that you do your entire block if there's a problem, but I can find out. I don't have an answer for a long-term strategy of what either DC Health or any other agency is going to do. It would be great if, I agree with you, there's some alleys, like the alley behind the 5200 block of 3rd Street, where there's so much dumping, and we've put it in so many times, but unfortunately, DPW treats every instance as an isolated event. And so it's really hard to get them to keep going back. But we'll take your concerns. You make a good point. It needs to be a really multi-agency strategy, mainly DCRA and DPW, and along with the Department of Health. The Department of Health does work with the other agencies, because if, for example, someone says, like what happened with in my SMD, someone complained about a abandoned auto sitting there and being a rat harborage, DCRA reaches out to DC Health to determine whether there's rat harborage there. So they work to that extent, but I agree with you, they need to work to a greater extent. And I will bring that up with DCRA and DPW and ask Mr. Brown what he thinks is the best way to approach it.
And then how do I follow up to get sort of a sense of what they've communicated to you? Is it at the next meeting or?
At the next meeting, I can let you know, or you can contact me,
Okay,
renee.bowser@anc.dc.gov. But I just wrote down your name, and you can let me know your email address, but we'll give that information to everybody, because everybody is complaining and for good reason.
thank
Chair
you.
Thank you.
Bowser, I would want to add,
Yes.
so Ms. Williams, I think this is a really good example of feedback you can also give DPW with the zero waste framework.
Mhm.
So if you haven't yet, there's also an online survey you can take. You don't have to be in a community event session. And if you do have specific recommendations on how we can go about combating rodent control, we'd love to hear those, and potentially work on developing a resolution to address them. So if you please email Chair Bowser, you can also email any one of us on the commission. I too hate rodents, and I'm very aware we have a rodent problem. So I'm an ally in this.
All right, thank you.
Sure.
I mean, the whole thing with DCRA, these apartment buildings, you have 12 or more people in a building, and you have a dumpster that's not even 4 times the size of my trash bin, it's not going to work. But they don't, what DCRA told me one time years ago, we can't make them get a bigger dumpster. We can just find them. But we know where when they find them, they're putting liens on the property, but they're not really collecting the fines. So it turns out to be no pressure. But
I mean,
anyway.
I've had a recent success, but it literally is me basically harassing the hell out of all of those agencies. And Zach knows, because he's been on all of the emails. I'm really good at harassing them. But again, I think what we need, I mean,
You are.
I am, right? Yeah, I know. Photos and everything. But we need a comprehensive, I mean, sorry, Bouquet? Is that how you?
Okay.
Okay. Ms. Bouquet mentioned the zero waste. I mean, and composting. I love a good composting, but composting gone wrong could, contribute to the problem. So there's, some public awareness. People don't really understand, their sort of role in helping to minimize, the issues. And then just the city just not coordinating or having any sort of strategy. But again, Mr. Brown and his team cannot do it all. By the time they come in, it's really too late, so that's all I have to say about the rats.
Thank you. Mr. Walter Jones?
Good afternoon, everyone. My concern as one of the residents on Jefferson, my concern is how frequent the parking enforcement does not come through and deal with the cars that do not have the proper stickers. There's no need in me having a sticker, and I come in during the time that is, especially during when they're cleaning the street and you can't park on but one side, and all of the out of state or none identified sticker carriers are lining the street. As I live at 608 Jefferson, and it is frequent, and as a person that definitely has a handicap problem, having to walk or try to run around and look for a parking space really becomes a nuisance. I know they come through occasionally, but the frequency needs to be escalated.
Mr. Jones, I'm your ANC commissioner. I appreciate that comment, and I agree. And especially now that there's work being done and there's a lot of no parking signs on our block, it's going to be a little bit, it's just going to be a mess. Have you filed 311 complaints to get DPW to come out and enforce that?
My wife has Laverne Gooding Jones. I think she's been on here a couple of times. I think she's followed through, and she's got enough numbers indicating ticket numbers saying that she's called. But if they're not going to have a diligency of coming through, it's worthless.
Okay, I appreciate that. I'll reach out to Ms. Gooding Jones as well, see if she has any numbers that I can cite, and I'll follow up with DPW on that.
Appreciate.
Thank you.
Yeah, and Mr. Jones, if I could add to this is Commissioner Israel. I've dealt with this exact same issue on my block. I live on the 700 block of Gallatin Street. There's a bunch of houses that developers are flipping, and there's a bunch of vans from Maryland parked on our RPP block without a visitor parking pass. And I filed numerous 311 requests for the RPP violations, and DPW has over and over and over again closed them out without ever coming. It's extremely frustrating. It's just not really acceptable when residents are paying, the $50 a year annual fee who actually live there. So I'm actually planning on, I'm going to find whoever the top parking enforcement official is at DPW, and I'm going to be emailing them soon about this, because it seems like it's not just my block, it's many blocks in our area, and that's just not fair to the residents who are already paying the extra costs. So
Yeah, Chair Bowser, if I could just add to what
Yes,
Commissioner
please.
Israel said. Mr. Jones, I'm the ANC commissioner just on the north side of Jefferson Street where you lived. So very, very closely adjacent to you as well. And what frustrates me is the RPP block, how, again, how not holistic our approach is in the city, how one block can be or one side can be, and then the next one isn't, which makes it very hard for some people to find parking. And then on top of that we don't have the enforcement, as you said. So I would also reach out to, I don't know if we have anyone from the council member's office on the line here, but I know I've talked to council member Janice Lewis-George about this before, to maybe try to in 4D get some more holistic approach to the 4D, so the RPP and the enforcement, because I think that would be good rather than this piecemeal approach that we have now that's not good for anyone.
Well, it should also be based on what our 4D ANC just said. The construction and the rebuilding or rehabbing of buildings. We have one next to my 608 that is constantly putting this, I guess it's their trash can or dump train, or either blocking, saying no one can park there. It becomes frustrating if they got a back, or if they're doing work on a home, then why can't they park in the area where they're working from, in the alley or what? But it becomes a frustration that I'm getting tired. If I go to the doctor and have to come back, I don't have a place where I can park because I am handicapped. So I needed to point this out, that as you just said, having paid for a decal is worthless if I can't use it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Uptown Main Street.
Oh, hello.
And
Hello,
after
everybody.
that, I see someone by phone. You can speak after Uptown Main Street, whoever that is on the phone. Go ahead.
Thank you. Just a brief announcement. You've all heard of the Spooktacular on Sunday. And we will be there as well. So should be a great event, especially for kids. There is an event just south of this ANC at the Petworth Market on Saturday, the day before, on the 29th. And that is a traditional Day of the Dead celebration where there will be workshops for all interested in learning about making altars, the crafts involved. There will be a talk about the history of the Day of the Dead. There will be mariachis and other activities, and Petworth Main Street will be co-sponsoring that event. But again, it's open to everybody. If you want to come down, that's on Saturday morning, the 29th, from 9 to 1. And for those who want to do something a little different, I know that the business on our corridor on Kennedy Street, Ancho, celebrates their Happy Trees Festival every year. That's also on the 30th of October. So they will have their Happy Trees Festival. They're asking folks for their foraged apples. And I know they also have a traditional dog costume contest with prizes. So those are some other things going on for Halloween weekend. So shop local, support local. And that's it for us. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I believe that someone on the phone at 202-723-4973, please unmute yourself and give your comment or question.
Okay. Oh, yes. Hi. My name is Miss Murray. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Oh, okay. I was just commenting on the guy, Mr. Jones, and about the parking issue. And the young lady was talking about the roading as well. So I'm having both problems with both of them. Like you said, there are people that live on the block that have out of tag tags and don't really owns the house, but they're just living there with their significant other. And it's hard to find parking. Sometimes I hate leaving out because I can't find a parking space coming back. So there's like a couple of them that's out of town on Kansas Avenue, the 5400 block of Kansas Avenue. And also with the rodent problem, you know, you have neighbors that doesn't clean up. And so I had to buy a lot of big rat traps to put underneath my porch, and we have caught a couple of them. So it's just a frustration. So what do you do about stuff like that? I mean, can something be done about it? I'm just frustrated about.
Yeah. Just for your block, have you, or even for your block, have you called 311 and that will connect to the rodent division of the DC Department of Health? They like to, if they can, do the entire block, but in order for them to inspect the backyards and front yards of the entire block, they have to get a petition signed by the owner so that they can have permission to come on the owner's property. But I found that most neighbors are pretty cooperative. So if you'd like to do that, we could do that. If you could, you can let me know. I know if you're 5400 block of Kansas, that's my single member district, but you can let me know who you are and who to give the petition to. You can either email me or call me after the meeting.
Okay.
And with the parking, yeah, I know you do have restricted parking on your block, and you have like at least 3 disabled parking, so that even further limits it. The only thing I can suggest right now is to keep calling DPW. I've talked to them myself to say, can you, if you enforce this even for 3 weeks straight, because we've had the problem at 5400 block of 4th Street, that will get people, will give them religion. They will realize you're going to enforce, and they will stop taking the chance of just parking there all day when they shouldn't. But they just don't seem like they want to do it. But I will reach higher, and just as the other commissioners mentioned, so we can try to get some action on that parking.
Okay, because it's frustrating. I mean, you pay for your residential parking sticker, so what good is it, you know, if other people coming in and they, you know, they're not using it, they're not spending the money to pay for that. But I mean, it's just really. Now, let me ask you something about Rosa. Rosa, does that really work? I think it's like Apple.
You know, I have to say, I know that's with DPW and the parking. I've actually forgotten what that is about, because it's the first time I've heard it in so long. But I can check it out for you. Okay, because I think I've used it a couple of years ago, but I don't know if it's still, enforceable or what. I'm sure it is. It's just that I'll check on it because I can't give you a good answer on that. Oh, okay. Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate it. You're welcome. Anyone else thank you.
Ma'am, this is Valeria.
Oh, okay. Hi, Valeria. How are you?
Hey, Ms. Dowser, I just have a question. Is it anything or any way that we can do anything about the cleaning of the streets, where they start too early with the cleaning and it lasts too long, and we have to constantly move our cars from one side to the other. And as you know, I'm somewhat handicapped, and I have to go out there and move my car every Monday and every Tuesday. It has become a nuisance. And when it first started, it did not start this early and did not last this long. But now it starts early and it does not end. It goes about 9 months.
I
And
think
it
it's
doesn't
over.
end this month.
Yeah.
So I just want to know what can we do to cut the time down some.
I'll check, but I think they've stopped already because I don't think they cleaned my block this week, but I'll check into it.
No, they go till October 31st, but yeah, they go to October 31st, but they've really missed a lot lately too.
31st of October.
Okay, so, but and they have the time, at least on my block, they'll have and most of the signs I've looked at, they'll have a specific time between 9 and 11:30 or something like that.
But it just goes too long. It goes 9 months, and it's not but 12 months in a year. So you constantly have to get up and move cars from one side of the street to the other. And
I'm not sure we can fix that, really, because I'm not sure we can fix that. I mean, you have to have a petition if you want to stop.
No, I don't want to stop. I just want to cut down some of the months.
Oh,
instead of going 9 months, I think they go something like 6 months.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a losing proposition because actually in the fall is when we get a lot of trash because the students are going to and from school.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. But I'll look into it.
Okay.
Okay, I see a hand of Kathy Elliott.
Good evening, Commissioner Bowser. I have somewhat sort of a complaint and a comment, or comment/complaint.
Okay, go ahead.
I live in 4D, and I live on the 300 block of Delafield Place Northwest. And I believe, I'm not sure who my petitioner person is. Since Crystal left, I have an idea who it is, and I think I've even emailed them before in the past. And I've yet to receive any correspondence regarding if I have inquiries about my community or about my block or if anything happens. I never received any feedback. And I think I reached out to Zachary and he shared with me what to do to reach out to a lieutenant about some crime in the area. So that lieutenant was helpful, but still, I just want to know, why isn't there any communication from my representative? Why? I just want to know why. I know you can't answer for that person, but I just want to know why.
Well, if you are having an issue, you can reach out to others of us, as you did reach out to Commissioner Israel. Different commissioners have different means of communication. Commissioner Crystal Branton, she hasn't been commissioner for about at least 2 years now. She's
so
gone.
That's how long this right. So that's how long this issue has gone on. So I feel like, something needs to happen. I just think it's disappointing to have somebody in this position who doesn't really reach out to the community, or at least I haven't received any feedback whenever I've had concerns about my.
I understand what you're saying, and you're right that if you contact a commissioner, actually the commissioner is supposed to reach out to the community regardless, but it's particularly if you contact the commissioner is supposed to respond. We know some of our commissioners are working full-time, but still, so it may take them longer than someone who's retired, but they should definitely respond. So
yeah, and Chair Bowser, if I could just add, yes, I do recall speaking to you a while back, and I'm sorry your commissioner didn't respond back. He's actually not on the call tonight, so I can't put him on the spot or anything like that. But I will say that later in our meeting, the candidates for ANC 4D who will, be on the commission for the next 2 years will speak briefly, and they will take questions. And I just looked up you're still going to be in 4D05, and so you're very likely commissioner for the next 2 years, Stephen Morensek. Hopefully I'm pronouncing his last name correctly. I believe he'll be speaking and can answer questions from you. So just to give you a heads up, starting in January, you'll have a new commissioner.
And one of the things we want to emphasize is it is a responsibility, and that's what mainly they give us the money for. They don't give us very much money at all, but we're supposed to reach out to people because there's always something happening in the community, and we can't say that we've gotten the pulse of the community if they don't know anything about the issue.
Right.
So
Right.
we hope that there'll be a change in that, and I'm really sorry for the lack of communication that you've had.
And
Yeah,
Chair,
I just feel like there's a huge void in not knowing. The not knowing is what bothers me, because I know a lot happens or has happened within the last 3 years since Crystal has left, and just not to know and don't really have the details of someone that is concerned and that does want to know and that does care about the community or the block in which she lives. It's unfortunate that you can't get that information.
True, very true. Did you want to say something, Commissioner Bouquet?
yeah, so Ms. Elliott, so the boundaries as currently drawn are really wonky. So I represent the 400 block of Delafield, it's adjacent to the 300 block. And I'm familiar with some of the issues that happen in the 300 block. If you want to correspond with me in the interim, I know we only have about 2 months left before the new commission comes on board, but I'm happy to facilitate communication between myself, you, and Commissioner Smith to see what we can do and at least initiate something now, so that when you have a new commissioner come January, there could be a track record of some of your concerns. So if you want to reach out to me directly, I'm happy to support you with that.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Sure, and I'm 4D03@anc.dc.gov.
Okay.
Thank you,
All right.
Commissioner
Got it.
Bouquet, and thank you, Ms. Elliott. We're going to
Thank
move
you.
on. Thank you. You're welcome. We're going to move on to Patricia Jones. I see her hand.
Hi, good evening. I just have a question. I see all the development going on Kennedy Street. I mean, there's a huge building going up in the 400 block, and it just seems like every block has lots of construction. And so I'm curious to know, is there a good source of information to go online and learn about these different projects that are going on?
If they're not funded by the government, there really is no, I mean, you could just, if you know the developer, you can look up the developer's website. But for projects that get some, because most of these are just regular private development projects, and they are by right, because Kennedy Street is both commercial and residential. So what the commission has gotten involved when there's been vacant and blighted properties, when there's been a situation that just came up yesterday, 2 days ago for me. These people are trying to sell their building and move people out without any notice, and that's illegal. So I don't know of any single listing. But maybe Commissioner Lenjo does. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Bowser. There's not a great thing. I was going to say what I've done for a couple of my constituencies who I'm just to the west of you. We have similar things happening on Kennedy Street. And us and the commission get periodically, it used to be every Friday, it's not every Friday anymore, the new permit from DCRA, and you can gain some interesting information from them. So I've had a couple of people in my assembly who've been interested, who I forward those to. As I said, it used to be every Friday, but it's a little less frequent now. I feel like it's every 10 days, every 2 weeks or something like that. But you can learn some interesting things from the actual permits close to you, and they're nicely organized by area, so it's pretty. It doesn't take.
Okay, so I could go on the DCRA website and search for those?
So you can do it. I would recommend that I think Chair Bowser is your ANC commissioner, if I understood correctly. If I'm not that.
Yes.
Yeah. I suggest if you could just ask her to forward those to you, because
Okay.
I could not figure out how to. I tried to sign my constituency up for them, but I couldn't figure out how to do that.
Yeah, but yeah, I could just forward it to you because they'll have, like, each time I go in, it's like 3 or 4 or so in 4D02. It may be someone adding just even smaller things. And also there may be the big development. So I can send that to you. If you, I have your name, but if you could give me your email address, or you can either call me and give me your telephone number or email address, I can send it to you.
Okay. Okay, I'll reach out to you and give you my email address.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I don't see any more hands. If there's anyone on the phone who'd like to unmute yourself, please do. If not, we will conclude, and I've gone to the next screen as well to see, because we have pretty good attendance tonight, to see if there are any other hands up. We're going to conclude this after I see what Uptown Main Street would like to add. Uptown Main Street, did you have another comment? You're muted. Okay. Gabriella? Okay, hearing none, we're going to move further into our program tonight.
I'm sorry, Chair. I actually thought I was unmuted and I was not. I just like to make a quick comment.
Oh, yes, yeah, I thought, okay, go
To
ahead.
follow up on your constituent. It is difficult to find out what will be coming up, and the best way is to do it through the permits and try to figure out through the permits who is planning to do construction or renovations. That is a job in itself, frankly, to do it, but that is one way. The other one for larger projects is to follow a site called Urban Turf. They have a Twitter account and a website if you want to know about upcoming larger projects that may be mixed use or may need a zoning adjustment and this kind of thing. It's a real estate site that covers some of this information that may also give you some insights. But basically, that's what is out there.
That's a very good point. And you're talking, reminded me of something that for all projects, if some of your comments, if they're meant to assist any other resident, if there's construction next door to you or next door to any resident, the developer or the applicant is supposed to give their next door neighbor the plans. That's a requirement. To even when it's by right, you're supposed to give the people next door the plan so they know what's happening, because there've been a lot of problems with people renovating their homes and damaging the adjoining homes. So please keep that in mind. Okay, we're at an end of community comment, and we're going to go quickly to the city officials. Captain Porter could not make it. He asked Captain Terry. I asked him to about a week ago to suggest someone else. Is Captain Terry or someone else from the MPD here tonight for our public meeting?
Good evening. This is Sergeant Burgos with the Forest District. I was told to attend this meeting today.
Yes, please. Could you give us an update on public safety, including PSAs 403 and 407, because both PSAs are ANC 4D has portions in both PSAs.
Sure, no problem. Saw about it a few hours ago, so I did the best that I could. But I mean, most of the information is actually found on the online website. So this is what I was able to gather. Looks like PSA 403. So in respective to the area that you guys cover, it's just north of Gallatin Street. Looks like crime in the past month. So I usually do the past month because that usually gives you your best type of information as to what happened the past 30 days. When you do year to date, there's a lot of numbers in there and you can't really gauge what's going on. But looks like here, looks like crime was up just a little bit. The crime stats now is done by numbers instead of more like percentages like they used to do it before. So in comparison to the past 30 days between last year and this year, last year they had 21 incidents overall. This year they had 23 incidents. So it's a little bit up. It's up by 2 incidents. And from what I see here is they had one more robbery than they did the year before. The year before they had no robberies, and they had one homicide that in the past 30 days. In the prior year they did not have a homicide. So those are the 2 that went up. Everything else pretty much stayed the same as far as property crime. So like burglaries, theft from vehicles, stolen vehicles, or actually stolen vehicles, and I'm sorry, stolen items from vehicles, which is what we call theft from autos, pretty much stay in the same aspect for the 403 area. Like I say, that's north of Gallatin Street. All right. Does anybody have any questions about that particular area?
Do any residents have any questions about the area north of Gallatin Street Northwest? I see none, sir.
Okay, all right. All right, let me move on to PSA 407. So that'll just be south of Gallatin Street. So in that particular PSA, which covers, like I said, south of Gallatin, east of Georgia Avenue, all the way to like the park area. That one, crime overall went down. Last 30 days, last year they had 28 incidents. This year they've only had 16 incidents. What I can see here, looks like burglaries, they had 7 last year. This year so far, they've had no burglaries. And overall thefts, which includes any type of like petty theft from either like convenience stores or things of that nature, or like shoplifting, that also went down from 13 incidents last year to 5 incidents this year.
Wow.
And motor vehicle thefts have also gone down as well. Theft from vehicles stays about the same, which is one of our toughest crimes because they're really hard to catch people. However, violent crime did go up a little bit. So in comparison to last year there was 0 robberies. This year we had 3 robberies. Assault with dangerous weapons, which could be either a firearm or a knife or something that can cause serious injury, went up from 0 incidents last year to 2 incidents this year. And those were the violent that actually went up. Everything else pretty much stayed the same.
Okay.
Does anybody have any questions in reference to this area?
Does any attendee have a question with regard to south of Gallatin Street Northwest? Okay, sir, and I'm sorry I didn't get your name. You said it, but I did not.
Yeah. Sure, Sergeant Jose Burgos.
Okay, Jose Burgos. Okay, Sergeant Burgos, when you said most of the information is on the website, what do you mean by that?
Sure. So this is actually a website that's been around for the longest time. They've changed it a few times here and there, but anybody can access this information. And you could change it by either districts, PSAs. You can actually do it by ANC and wards as well. It's the website is crimecards.dc.gov. And all this information is in here. Like I said, I do it by PSA because that's what I work with, but you guys can, or anybody in the general public can actually do it by ANC also as well.
Okay, would you mind putting that in the chat?
I'm on the phone because I couldn't get into
the. Right. Sorry about that. Can you spell it out? I thought you said crime cards.
Yeah, so it's crime cards. So that's CARDS.DC.gov.
Oh, crime cars.
Yes.
Okay.
It used to be called Crime Map before, like a few years ago, but recently they changed it.
So crime cars. So it's only crimes related to vehicles?
No. It'll give you what is called the Part 1 offenses. So Part 1 offenses is based on the FBI data that they collect every year. So whenever you see data that's provided by the FBI and things of that nature, this is basically all the data that the FBI collects. So which is what they call Part 1 offenses.
Okay.
Chair Bowser, I added the link onto the chat. It's crimecards.dc.gov.
Yeah, that's what I had down there, but it just seems so to call it crime cards. But anyway. Oh, I thought it was cars. Okay. Thank you. Okay, and what did you say was the toughest crime?
So our toughest crime has always been, I mean, I've been doing this for over 15 years. It's always theft from autos or theft from vehicles. So items stolen from inside people's vehicles. That's one of the hardest cases to close because they're so disconnected from the victim to the actual suspect.
Yeah.
So what we always recommend to anybody that comes either to the city, whoever lives in the city, whenever you buy your vehicle, you go to the dealership and you see it and there's nothing there, it's brand new, right? Try to keep it the same way. So don't have loose change or anything that may think of value. The other thing that these individuals that come around to steal items from vehicle is they see, you know, I know back in the day we used to have a lot of GPSs, now we have our phones, but if anybody has anything that's like a suction cup that's stuck to the window and then you take it out, that little circle right there is an indicator on the windshield to a bad guy that there's probably some sort of electronic inside the vehicle. So they'll try to break into the vehicle just to try to find that particular electronic.
Okay, thank you for that.
No problem.
Commissioners, do you have any questions for Sergeant Jose Bengas, if I'm pronouncing your name right?
Sergeant Burgos.
Yeah.
Burgos.
I just had one quick question, Chair Bowser. Sergeant, thank you so much for being on the call today. Sorry, it didn't register to me when you said north of Gallatin that also included Kennedy and Missouri and all that. So just based on the Kennedy Street location, I know about 2 or 3 weeks ago, we had repeated instances of gun violence in that area. And I believe it was last week when there was just a round of gunshots that were randomly shot off of Kennedy in Georgia, I believe, or Kennedy in Illinois. I'm just wondering, are we at the point in the cycle when gun violence shoots up again in this area? And what, if anything, has MPD been able to do to address the recent gun violence?
Okay, so I mean, as far as the plan by Captain Porter for that area, to see the one in charge of that area, we basically have pretty much 24 around the clock officers there in the Kennedy Street corridor, mainly around Kennedy Street. So there's actually units that go on Kennedy Street only. There's also units that go around Kennedy Street. So they'll go about one block north, south, east and west of like Kennedy Street to try to prevent that crime. A lot of it has to do with like rival groups that they said something to another group, then they come around and they try to see what they could do when they don't see us, is what we see for the most part. We do have an intelligence-based unit that does try to track that information so that we can pass it over to the officers in case we see something or they find some information saying, hey, this particular group might be trying to go to this particular area. Let's just say, for example, this group is having issues with like Kennedy Street guys. So they'll let us know in advance, and then we can actually saturate that area and usually prevent those things from happening. Sometimes they'll just do it off the block or a few blocks away from where we're actually at. That usually happens. Or when they see us like around the corner, they usually take their opportunity if we can see them, and that's usually when they get the sounds of gunshots and things of that nature. For the most part, for individuals that are being targeted or we think maybe being targeted, a lot of times they won't talk to us. Even if they were victims of crimes, we do our best to try to get them to talk to us, but for the most part, they really don't always talk to us.
Okay, and then has the, I know that there was a lot of negotiations around Starlight Market on Fifth between Jefferson and Kennedy, where I believe the final negotiation was to have a security guard present daily. I've seen recently that that's sort of spotty. Sometimes that security guard is there, sometimes they're not. Do you have any updates you can share about that area?
So I know that was the negotiation that they had several months back. I forgot how long it was. But again, that's also an expense for that particular business. So a lot of the businesses, they'll do it at first for like a while, and then when they see that it's diminishing their profits, they usually cut back on the security officer being there. So they'll sometimes have them, 1-2 times a week, and then sometimes depending on how their profits are, they might cut back down as well. However, we still have a particular unit and sometimes 2 units that patrol that Fifth and Kennedy area 24/7.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Thank you, sir. Do any attendees have any questions for the MPD?
I think
I
Uptown Main
see-
Street has.
Yeah, I was getting ready to say, I see Uptown Main Street, but I wasn't sure whether, is that a new hand that you have up, Gabriella, or is that from before?
It is new,
Okay,
Chair
go ahead.
Bowser. I've got a quick question,
Go ahead.
Sergeant.
Hello.
Yes, yes, Sergeant, a quick question regarding a what seems to be a camera on the corner of Kennedy and Georgia Avenue. Now, it's been there a few weeks. Is that active? Is that on? Is that something that is monitored? That's shown any? Does it help you? Obviously, does it help us as a community with crime mitigation, since there have been gunshots and and some other incidents right there in the corner, some vandalism, unfortunately, et cetera. But it seems like a large apparatus is there. I just don't know if it's working.
Okay, yeah, so I mean, I could definitely have give you an answer to that. So yes, that unit is operational and it is monitored 24/7. I know because there's been incidents where they'll tell us, hey, listen, we just saw something going on here. I need you to send somebody to go check this out and things of that nature. So it is definitely a good deterrent. Is it the best deterrent out there? No, but it's at least an extra tool that we have when we're not there, that somebody can monitor it and tell us, hey, listen, something's going on here. Check it out, and then see if you find something, or see if you don't find anything. But it's definitely monitored 24/7. And as far as I know, it is definitely operational. When it is not operational, they do let us know. So then we pay more attention to that particular area.
Okay. Thank you.
No problem.
And if you would leave your information in the chat, I'd really appreciate it. I don't see any other hands up, but thank you for giving us an update.
No problem. Does anybody have any other questions or any concerns that I can address with my superiors?
I want to see a hand from Andrew Shapiro.
Yeah, hi, my name is Andrew Shapiro. I am a small business advocate and support, and I work with businesses in the neighborhood. But the reason that I raised my hand is because there's a program called the Reimbursable Officer Program that I think provides subsidies for businesses that need help with this kind of assistance. And so maybe they would qualify for that. I posted about it in the chat, but I think there is reimbursement there for this kind of stuff. So if that's an issue for them, which it likely is, that might be helpful.
Okay. I think I've heard of that program. Is that something that the city provides, or is that something that somebody else provides?
It says Abra.
It's a program through Abra. I think it may be mostly targeted towards some more nightlife heavy areas of the city where they've been doing some, sorry, I'm outside for the loud noise, where they've been doing some safety initiatives. But when I looked it up, it didn't define the assistance to any one area. So I can't imagine that they wouldn't be kind of a prime qualifier for something like this.
Okay. Let me see.
And Sergeant Burgos,
Oh,
like it
yeah.
looks like, yeah, it looks like on Abra's site, it says to contact MPD. So even though it's announced through Abra, it would be coordinating through MPD for the additional security.
Okay, so let me see what this is. Yes, I think I know what he's talking about. We actually do have some businesses that do use that reimbursable officer subsidy in the 4th district. But usually, like you said, it is usually it's like either nightclubs or like lounges that do use that program, because we do send officers to those events, usually like Fridays and Saturdays.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Shapiro. We're going to move on because we've been here an hour already and we have a lot left on the agenda. I want to invite Yamila Escobar, who is the MOCR for the mayor's representative, to give us an update. And if you're here, Yamlet, you'll have 5 minutes for presentation and 5 minutes for Q&A. Please speak up or we can come back to you. Okay, hearing none. Again, thank you to the MPD representative. Do we have Aura Cruz Heredia from Councilmember Louis George's office?
I'm representing Council Member Louis George's office. My name is Eskadar Germosh.
Okay, great. Welcome this evening. Could you give us a 5 minute or less update from Councilmember Louis George's office, and then we'll have a short Q&A.
Yes, I wanted to first start by giving a little information about the Clean Collections Act that the council member introduced, and we'll be having a hearing this Friday, especially given conversations that folks have raised today about rat abatement, cleanliness around neighborhoods, trash pickup, etc. This would require increased and more regulated trash pickup around apartment complexes, and also focus on requiring DPW to issue notices to neighbors around rat abatement issues. And again, there's a hearing on Friday. The deadline for testimony was today, but if you would like to provide written testimony, those are going to be taken up 2 weeks after. And I put that information here if folks want to learn more. The contact for our office is Will Perkins, and his email is there as well. I know a lot of folks have talked about this issue, and we would love if you can provide your testimony to the council, both so that these issues are documented and also so that our office can take what folks are saying and improve the legislation when it comes to a vote. Secondly, we have our Care Day next Thursday, our last one for the season, at Brightwood Park. This event will be a resource fair. Folks from DPW, DCRA, Department of Health, Department of Energy, Department of Aging and Living will be there to provide resources for folks in that area. If you have any neighbors who would like to speak to the council member or would like a direct door knocking, that is something that we will be doing. So please let us know. I'll put my contact information in the chat for that. What else? There's a lot going on legislation wise. The council did pass council members DCPS Tech Equity Bill, which I think I discussed with folks the last time I was here. So we're definitely excited to get students increased technology and support our public schools. And I think I also mentioned that there's a bill introduced to require DPW to introduce notices to ANCs and give them greater weight in the decision to remove public litter cans. I'll put the link for that legislation in the chat and provide more information as it comes up for hearing and vote. Happy to take any questions, comments, or any input for legislation. I did want to plug the Green New Deal for housing, which thank you, Ms. Bowser, for plugging that in the beginning. We will be having, it will be going for hearing Wednesday, November 17th. Please encourage your neighbors, community members to testify during the hearing or submit a written testimony. There are several groups that are doing a testimony practice and like support, so happy to plug those as well. But thank you for the time to speak and happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you. Do any commissioners have any questions for for Councilmember Louis George's representative, Ms. Gerbash?
Yes, Chair Bowser. This is Commissioner Israel. So just one quick question regarding the Care Day that Councilmember Louis George and you all are hosting at Larry Allen Park next Thursday, the 27th. Could you confirm which district agencies will have like a physical presence there so that any residents on the call today can be aware of specifically who will be there?
Yes, so right now we have DCRA, Department of Health, Department of Aging and Living, DPW. Last time Department of Energy was there. The Office of the Tenant Advocate was also there. I don't think we have confirmations for them, but we do expect them to be there next week as well. I'm happy to circulate a list of the confirmations once we have those to you, so you can pass along to neighbors.
That'll be helpful. Thank you. Thank you for that. Okay, any other commissioner? Yes, Commissioner. I'm getting council member and commissioner mixed up. Any other commissioner have any comments for Ms. Gerbash? Okay, hearing none. Any attendees, any of the residents have any comments, questions for Councilmember Louis George's representative here this evening? Okay, hearing none. If you are listening by telephone, you can *6 and unmute yourself. All right, hearing none, we will move on to our next public agency that would be the state. Let me ask again for Ms. Escobar. Okay, not hearing her. Commissioner Bouquet, did you have a statement from our State Board of Education representative, Frazier O'Leary?
You froze a bit.
Oh, did you have a statement from our State Board of Education representative, Frazier O'Leary?
Yes, I will read that very quickly.
Go ahead.
The State Board of Education had its first live public meeting since March of 2023 weeks ago. We had members of the public testify both live and virtually. One of the topics discussed was the lack of a contract for our teachers and librarians. Our teachers have been working without a contract since 2019. It is time for the mayor to resolve this issue. One of the major problems in our school system is the lack of full staff at our schools. Almost 25% of our teachers left the system last year, and many schools have no teachers in some classrooms. This is inexcusable. The City Council has a hearing scheduled on the 25th of October about teacher retention. Yesterday, the 2022-2023 DC Teacher of the Year coach, Jermar Roundtree of Center City Brightwood Public Charter School, was given his award at a surprise announcement at his school. A great time was had by all. Mrs. O'Leary's Book for Friends is still accepting and delivering books to our elementary and middle schools. Mr. O'Leary, Frazier O'Leary, the representative for the State Board of Education, his number is 202-236-2184. and his email is oman9@aol.com if you want to get in touch about the Books for Friends. You can also drop books on his porch at 1318 Farragut Street Northwest if you so desire. Please contact him for anything else that is school related.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Bouquet. Does anyone have a question or comment that Commissioner Bouquet or any of the other of us commissioners could pass on to our State Board of Representative Fraser O'Leary? Just to note, he cannot attend in person because their meetings are exactly the same time as our ANC 4D public meetings. And actually they go on twice as long, like 4 and 5 hour meetings. So he cannot attend our public meetings. But if you have a comment or question or concern you'd like us to pass on to him, we will do so. Okay, hearing none. And again, I will call to see, I will ask if Ms. Yamileth Escobar is here. She may be sick because she intended to come, so. All right, that finishes with this city official comments. We are now going to have brief presentations by the ANC 4D Commission candidates. Please note that while we have 6 commissioners as we speak today, under the new redistricting, we will have 8 commissioners. So each of them will be given 5 minutes for presentation, and then all together we will have 10 minutes Q&A once every commissioner has spoken. We will start with Carson Lucarelli because he is at a public library, and so we want to get him in before they shut the library doors. Go ahead, sir. Thank you for coming, and if you would comment on the 3 areas that I wrote about so that people know what geographical area you're running in, what is your SMD, and what you would like to do, and how you're going to reach out to the constituents, as you heard someone complain about not getting any feedback or contact from a commissioner. Go ahead.
Yeah, sure. Well, first of all, can everyone hear me all right?
Yes, I can.
All right, great. Yeah, Chair Bowser, thank you for the invitation tonight. As noted, my name is Carson Lucarelli, so I'm running for ANC Commissioner for 4D03, and that's the geographic area roughly bounded by Georgia Avenue to the west, Hamilton to the south, 7th to the east, and Kennedy with parts of Longfellow to the north. I felt compelled to run for this position for a number of reasons. I'm a professionally trained urban planner. I have a master's in urban and regional planning from VCU in Richmond, and I've been working as a city planner for roughly the last 10 years. Prior to, so let me backtrack. Right now, I live on Kennedy Street, 721, but I work across the river for the city of Alexandria, and I've been a city planner with them for 4 years. Prior to that, I was in Houston, Texas for 4 years, where I was a senior planner in a similar capacity. And so I felt compelled to do this for a number of reasons. For me, city planning is, I take it as seriously as, a doctor would be treating a patient. Planners treat urban ailments, and, we work to help make the city better places for people. And so I thought with all that experience I have, working in communities, not just here in the DMV in Texas, but I've also worked in capacities in developing countries like Guatemala. I felt compelled to bring that energy and exuberance to Kennedy Street and Brightwood Park because sorry, I'm getting the wave that I need to get going. Because I want to help make I want to help make the neighborhood a better place for people. One of the things that really attracted me to Kennedy Street when I purchased my condo there a couple of years ago was just how entrepreneurial and the neighborhood is. It's really nice, to walk from one end to the other without a Starbucks, a Subway, or a McDonald's, and it's really invigorating to see all of the Black and immigrant-owned businesses along the street, all of which, I stop in, whether it's Salvamex, to grab basic sundries, or Soup Up, or Ancho, or, all the businesses up and down our street. I really liked that. And as someone who's trained to identify and address matters related to the built environment, I thought that it would be a great opportunity to continue with public service. Looks like the last thing that you'd like me to address, I have your email, Chair Bowser, pulled up. How do you make sure that you can reach out to everyone in the SMD? Another reason I felt compelled to run for this position is because, I also speak Spanish. It's something that I, started studying in high school about 22 years ago. Got a minor in it in undergrad, studied abroad in Argentina and Guatemala, and I travel frequently to Latin America because it's very much a part of my ethos now, and it's something, that I really identify with. And so, folks can reach out to me in a number of ways. I'll put my email address in the chat. I'm semi-active on the Twitter universe, and so I can also put my handle there. Those would be the best ways to get a hold of me. As someone who's been in public service at the municipal level for about 10 years now, one of my main duties is to report to constituents and, provide professional fact-based solutions to, a wide range of issues. And so, this would really just be an extension of what I'm doing, part of what I'm doing, in my day-to-day across the river. And so with that, I yield back, and I appreciate the invite, and I look forward to working with everyone come January. I think what I'm going to do, Chair Bowser, is I'm going to step out now so that they don't lock me in here. Okay. And then I'll join on my phone. I brought some headphones, and so that way I'll be available for the Q&A towards the end. But that may take me a few minutes, but I will. I'll be here shortly. Thank you.
All right, I'm trying to find my list of candidates, because one of our candidates, is Kate Judson here?
I am, yes. Hi.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Judson.
Okay, great. Thanks. Okay, great. Oh, there's a screen share. Perfect. Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Kate Judson. I am running for 4D02. I live at 5th and Longfellow Streets, and I've lived here for just hit 10 years. I am really eager to serve in this role because I do truly believe in responsive, transparent, and innovative government. I worked in DC government for the Department of Energy and Environment for a little over 7 years, working on the city's sustainability plan and some of our stormwater management programs. So sustainability and environmental initiatives are things that I care very deeply about. Similar to Carson, my background is also in urban planning. And I currently work for the federal government. I work for FEMA, and I'm an equity advisor in our climate resilience team there. So the question of how to ensure that everyone is included and hears about our ANC meetings and has a voice is something that's near and dear to me. I think it takes, being responsive. So I'll definitely put in my personal Gmail here. I don't have an ANC email now, but I will put in my phone number and my email there. But I definitely believe in being very responsive and then ensuring that there's different lines of communication. So I know there's various listservs and platforms for getting the word out about issues. So I definitely want to tap into those, but also believe in sort of the value of sort of the door to door, like having conversations, talking with business owners and residents, putting up flyers. There's so many different ways to reach different individuals. And as Carson also shared, like we live in a very diverse area. So there are so many different languages that are spoken. So making sure that we have materials translated into the 5 most common languages spoken in the district would also be really important as part of our collective outreach as an ANC. And you can see the boundaries there, but basically it's between 7th and 3rd, and then Longfellow and Ingraham. And yeah, basically, you know, I am also a mother. I have 2 young kids, and I love this city. I love this neighborhood, and I think we can do better in certain areas. So crime is definitely something that still plagues our area. And so how do we work together as a community to improve the safety of our area? I also believe that pedestrian safety is something that is very important. So I live at 5th and Longfellow, and I really would love that intersection to become a 3-way stop. It is dangerous. We put in traffic calming and they get run over usually within 2 weeks of a new sort of traffic calming structure come up. So I know it's not the only intersection, but just really being able to understand where there are safety issues to ensure that pedestrians and bicyclists can be safe. And then I think last, I'll just share that I think litter is an issue. And what I've heard from so many folks tonight too are rat issues. Actually, just earlier today, I was going for a little walk and there was a rat that ran right in front of me, and it was probably around noon. So they're pretty bold right now. They're out in high numbers. So just really wanting to be responsive to the needs of fellow residents and neighbors, and being transparent and working together for a better, healthier, more sustainable neighborhood is my end goal. Thank you.
Okay.
With that, I'll turn it back over to you, Chair
Thank
Bowser.
you very much. I appreciate that. Do we have Joy Pickney here? Is that you, Ms. Pickney? Okay. We'll come back to Ms. Pickney. Do we have Chrysanth?
Yes, you do.
Okay, please go ahead. You have 5 minutes for your brief introduction and statement.
Thank you, Ms. Bowser. I just want to start off by thanking all of the current ANC members. I know it's a lot of work. Zach has been gracious enough to sort of update me on everything that's going on, or the highlights, I should say, for my single member district, which is 4D04. This is my third time, I believe, running for this position. I've lived in my home on 7th Place, which is the best one-way street in the city, for over 10 years now. I've lived in DC for over 17 years, and my background from a professional perspective is on health policy and management, specifically focused on veterans and military health. I worked at Booz Allen Hamilton for almost 13 years. I have my JD from the University of District of Columbia, David A. Clark School of Law. And the reason I've run in the past and the reason I'm running now is because public health, public safety is at the forefront for many of our neighbors. And I've been actually this evening in real time going back and forth with Miss Williams about the rat issue, which has been top of mind for several years in my single member district, and it seems like it's an issue throughout the city. And most currently, I think becoming a foster mom, which I've been for over a year now. So my daughter is almost 19 months now, and just seeing her going to school, going to daycare, it's really highlighted the need to sort of coordinate, especially because COVID still exists, even though, we're moving past it. But I think as a commission, if we can sort of coordinate and collaborate more in person moving forward, given COVID restrictions have been lifted, I think that all the FaceTime would probably, make more progress possible moving forward. And basically, I aim to bring us all together. I'm a very outgoing person, as most of my neighbors can attest to. My door is always open to people. I always have baklava at the table, and I plan on shortly after becoming the ANC commissioner to have all of the commissioners come to my house so we can strategize, etc. And I look forward to, I don't think I'll be as good on Twitter as Zach is, but I aim to be as good, if not a bit better, but it'll be hard because he's done a great job. So that's that.
Did you outline the
Oh, I am
the geographical boundaries?
Yes, it's from Decatur to Hamilton and part of Delafield Place and Farragut.
Well, what is on the north and what is on the south and what's the western and eastern boundaries? I'm sorry.
Okay, so it's Georgia, Illinois, part of Illinois, Farragut, and Decatur.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
We have Steve Marincic is
Marincic. Can you hear me
sorry.
okay?
Yes, I can. Sorry about that mispronunciation.
That's okay, Commissioner Bowser. Hello, everybody. I'm happy to see everybody again. I'm Steve Marincic. I live in 4D, what is now going to be 4D05. We border so the Buchanan to the south tip where the Triangle Park is, near there, right before there. Then we head all the way up to down to Farragut, down the hill, or up north if you prefer. We have 4th Street, the east side of 4th Street as our boundary to the west, and we encompass the cemetery for our eastern boundary. As a big Halloween fan, I'm really excited about that. I expect those to be my best constituents. Very easy to please. I have lived in our house on the 4th block, the 4700 block of 4th Street between Crittenden and Decatur since 2008. I moved to the city in 2006. My wife is from DC. We have a 4-year-old daughter. We live right across the street from Barnard, so I'm very familiar with issues dealing with school and traffic and drop off and pick up there, especially litter in the area. The bus stop up on New Hampshire, very well aware of the issues on New Hampshire, especially traffic that just uses it like a highway. I go running every morning and I see cars using it as a drag strip. So I'm familiar with that. I like the improvements that have been made in the previous years, but of course there's always room for improvement. About myself further, I also am a graduate of UDC Law, fellow Firebird. So I attended the night school division, where it was the inaugural year of the part-time division. I'm very proud of that. So I worked at the Kennedy Center while I was going to law school, and I currently work for the Office of the People's Counsel, which is where you may have heard me previously. I was the outreach representative for most of Ward 3 and Ward 4, but of course I do consumer outreach for the whole city and case resolution. So you might have heard me talking about utility issues previously. I'm still at that office. I do a little bit different, but different thing instead of outreach. But I'm still there and very happy to be there and proud of the work that we do as an agency, especially with constituent services. So that's one of my big things. I'd like to see the city work for the people as best it can, and I'm always open for improvement. My big issues: safety. I bike to and from work when we're not teleworking. I bike all over the city. I use the Capital Bike Share program. I have my own bike, so I'm familiar with the bike infrastructure and traffic calming issues. I also am probably the reason I'm running is because rats. They are just so bad. I think 6 or 7 people have talked about it today, but I've caught over 100 in the last 2 years. So it is, in fact, my neighbor today, I helped him set 25 traps in his backyard, and I got the pictures to prove it. So, it is a comprehensive issue that needs work. So I'm on board with that. In fact, whenever I was going door to door asking people if they would sign my petition, they asked me when I'm all out. I said rats. They just yanked the petition out of my hands to sign it. They couldn't wait. So, I'm also chatty. Got the gift of gab. So I would like to, I like going door to door to talk to constituents about the issues, but also email. I'm also on Twitter and social media. I'm familiar with outreach just because of what I do as a living for OPC. So I'm all out in the community and easy to get a hold of. So I'm looking forward to serving the community.
Well, thank you. I'm looking back to my email when I sent out the invites, and your name was so familiar, but I thought it can't be the same person because,
I'm a glutton for punishment, I guess. That's what it is.
So welcome. That's really good. Thank you. We will. I'm going by the names I don't have. Amon Ward. Amon, are you here?
Hi. Yes, I am. Thank you, Chair Bowser. My name is Amon George. I live in 4D06, which is basically centered on Sherman Circle. I live on Sherman Circle, and it goes over to Georgia on the west side and 4th Street on the east side. And then around the circle, starting on Allison and Buchanan. And then on the north side, Decatur and Emerson, depending on which side of the circle you're on. But basically kind of like almost like a diamond around the circle. I am honored for the opportunity to serve my community. We're somewhat new residents in 4D. We've been here about a year, although we didn't move from far. We lived right across from Bruce Monroe before that, so kind of familiar with the neighborhood generally, but relatively recent to Ward 4. But I am excited for the opportunity to give something back to a neighborhood that has been incredibly welcoming and given us a wonderful sense of community, even in our year here. I'm excited to advocate for a beautiful, livable, walkable, caring, sustainable, and safe place to live for all of us. In terms of issues that I know I will be working to focus on, I'd like to keep working on transportation equity issues, traffic safety, and public safety, all of which are issues that folks raised with me repeatedly as I was meeting my neighbors and talking to them about the potential for me running to help represent them. And then on top of that, just in general, I'm excited to do everything I can to be a responsive representative for my community with city services. And very excited for the opportunity to hear more from my neighbors about the issues that matter to them and affect them deeply, and see how the city can be serving them better. I can't say that I got into this race because of rats. I think my house is blessed to be on an alley that seems to have multiple cat owners, including a house with many cats that are constantly fed in the alley. They seem to have kept our rat problems at bay, at least on my block. But interested to learn more about that, as it seems to come up a lot. In terms of how I'd like to make sure that I'm responsive to the needs of the most vulnerable and stay connected to everybody in my district, I am certainly all ears and open to any ideas for how people can get reached best and what's worked well in the past. I'm very comfortable talking to strangers as a volunteer, I've knocked thousands of doors for political campaigns, and I was very happy to go door to door and meet many of my neighbors and listen to what issues they really care about in the neighborhood while collecting signatures. So, I'll be an open book and an open door, and I'll put my contact information in the chat as well. And I'm also happy to do some creative thinking about how to make sure city information is aggregated and presented to our constituents in ways that are easily digestible. I know there was some talk earlier about how difficult it can be to even get a sense of what projects are going on Kennedy Street, for example. If there are easy ways to try and aggregate and present that to folks, I'd love to think about it.
Okay, thank you very much. Next, we have, let me ask, Anthony Parati, is your audio better now?
I hope so. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, good, welcome.
Thank you. And thank you for having me this evening. My name is Anthony Parati, and I am running for the seat in 4D08, which is in the far eastern corner of 4D. So it's bounded by Missouri Avenue in the North Capitol to the east, basically Farragut Street to the south, and then 3rd Street to the west. I've lived in the Washington D.C. area for about 20 years or so, a little less than half of that at 1st and Ingraham Street. I work as the Dean of International History and Culture and Politics at Georgetown University during the day. I'm running for this position for a fairly simple reason, which is that I like my neighborhood. And I think in a participatory democracy, sometimes you just need to roll up your sleeves and participate and help out. And so this is my way of offering to try to do that as best I can. I don't have a particularly complicated platform or agenda. I'd like to think that my priorities are similar to those of my neighbors and my friends in the area, which are basically to just try to ensure that our neighborhood is as clean and safe and pleasant of a place to live as possible, to ensure that our commercial districts along Georgia Avenue and Kennedy Street have the resources that they need so that small businesses can invest there and prosper. It's to ensure that new growth helps to maintain the balance between a sort of neighborhoody feel of Petworth, but that's balanced with the city's desperate need for more housing, particularly affordable housing. And it's really to advocate for our district too, to ensure that we have access to good city resources for our constituents. I think your question, Commissioner Bowser, about how we reach out to different populations, particularly marginalized populations, is a really important one. I'll be honest, I don't think that we have really good answers to that. I think it's an issue across the country about how we get more people to engage with local government. I can tell you my instinctive answer is that I think that we sometimes just need to roll up our sleeves and get out the door and put on our shoes and just talk to people and engage with our neighbors and the people in our community, which is something that I'm planning to do. But one of the things that I would like to do next year is actually to study that question about how do we get people to feel like they can engage and participate more. So that's kind of top on my personal priority list to sort of investigate next year. And so that's just a little bit about me, but happy to answer any questions that anyone might have. And I'll also put my email in the chat too, if people would like to contact me afterward.
Thank you very much. You gave the boundaries. I know
That's
you
right.
said northeastern corner, but.
Yep, 4D08. So it's Missouri in the North Capitol to the east, basically Farragut to the south, 1 block of Gallatin, and then 3rd Street to the west.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now we will go to, we have, I'll ask if Ms. Pinckney is here. Okay. And the only other person I see, well, I see a Wiggle, and I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that properly.
Hello, it's Weigel. It's not an easy name to say. Don't worry.
Sorry.
Yep.
Go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Okay. I'm running for the office of ANC Commissioner for the SMD 4D07. I think everybody can still see the map that's displayed on the screen, but my northern boundary is Ingraham Street, including there's like a really nice new drainage park that was installed at Kennedy and Ingraham. So like that little wedge. And then the eastern boundary is 3rd Street. There's a little bump out at Farragut between 4th and Emerson, where that corner goes to 4005. And then my southern boundary is Emerson Street going across over to 7th, which is my western boundary. It's really right in the middle of 4D. So it's kind of like the belly button or donut hole of our district. I have a, I was going to share a quick presentation, but I'll just read from it to be simple. I live in Brightwood Park with my wife and 2 sons. I also have a senior cat, a 3-legged pit bull, and a pug. So you might see me with my dogs walking around the street, often outside. I work for District of Columbia Public Schools, and I work in the Division of Specialized Instruction. That's special education, and that's underneath of the Office of Teaching and Learning. I'm currently a specialist for that office, and so I travel between all 8 wards of the city, visiting almost 40 schools and supporting teachers with all kinds of needs, all kinds of stuff, especially these past few years. You know, I think there was a little bit of talk when they were discussing Mr. O'Leary about the shortage in our schools, and it is tremendously impactful right now. What else? I've worked in special ed. Well, I've worked with DCPS since 2015, but I've worked in special education. I was a teacher before since 2008. More fun things about me: I lead a social bike ride for City Bikes on Thursday nights. I have a few random hobbies, include pickleball, carving spoons out of wood, and then fingerboards, like the little tech deck things. It's a good way to pass time. Why am I running for ANC for? I'm sorry, I'm reading right off this, so that's why it sounds so scripted. I want to advocate for my fellow neighbors and residents within the new SMD 4D07 and ensure equitable, inclusive access to city-provided services. We were getting really close to the deadline, and no one had signed up to be a candidate for 4D07 yet. I was alerted by a text or a tweet that my neighbor shared with me from Zach, I believe. The process really wasn't too difficult. I got a good chance to meet all kinds of folks within the SMD here. It was a lot of fun. Let me quickly, I don't want to take up too much time. My priorities would be collaborating with neighbors. And so it's not the biggest district or SMD area. And so I really do think I could, that's typically what I walk with the dogs all the time, or, you know, play with the kids. I would like to see, you know, safer streets, more traffic calming measures, smaller intersections for cars, larger intersections for pedestrians and cyclists. Expanding green space within our area would be a big priority for me. Keeping ones that we already have and making sure that they're cleaned, or better plans for keeping them clean. And also advocating for our neighborhood students, educators, and school staff, all the way down to support staff. When I had started in schools, I was a dedicated aide, which is a really tough position to be in. The best way to reach me, I'm going to put this in the chat room right now, is a newly created email on Gmail. Clark, C-L-A-R-K, the number 4, D07 at gmail.com. That's my first means of communication right now, but I do plan on expanding that. I just don't want to rush into anything and not do it wholeheartedly. And then one quick thing on rats, there's currently one trapped in my neighbor's trash can across the alley. I'm doing this presentation from my garage, so I don't wake up my young sons upstairs. So I can actually like hear one scurrying around on the presentation. So it's definitely an issue. Thank you very much for your time and attention today.
Thank you. I think we've covered everyone except Ms. Joy Pinckney. Correct me if I'm wrong, I think that is 7 candidates.
That's right. We got 7 of the 8.
Okay, so if Ms. Pinckney is available later, we'll have her on, but now we're going to open up just quick questions. We're only going to do a total of 10 minutes for questions for everyone. So does any commissioner have a question, and after the commissioners go, I'll go.
Just a brief comment. First, thank you everyone who made the time to be on tonight's call. Really appreciate you sharing your candidacy and reasons for running, and look forward to working with you as a constituent. And then the second, with the redistricting, Chair Bowser mentioned that there are 2 additional commission seats in 4D. 4D03 got chopped up quite a bit. So if you're currently a resident that lives within 4D03, you may continue to live in 4D03 or be part of 4D02, 08, or 07. And so I share that with the incoming commissioners as well, because you may have lingering concerns from what used to be 4D03. And I'm happy to talk to anyone should you ever come across those concerns. So I just wanted to make myself available to you.
Okay, any other commissioners have questions for our candidates? Okay, I wanted to ask, how will the candidates, we heard a complaint earlier about a resident who is online and was able to communicate. How will the candidates reach out to people who are not online? And believe it or not, there are a lot of seniors who have their landline phone and the US mail. So how will you reach out? I was heartened to see that one candidate was talking about going door to door to try to know who's in his single member district. Any other comments from other candidates on that?
I also have a landline phone. I think I'm probably one of the only ones in my age range, but I think that going door to door is very important. I actually have done that through my prior campaigns, etc. But I also think just having consistent outreach and diversifying it in terms of as we have in my single member district, we have Larry Allen Park. I think it's important to utilize those spaces in the community and bring people together. And most of us have front porches. I think I'm just very open to hearing from people and reaching out and going, the extra mile is necessary.
Thank you. Mr. Morancic. And I think we can let go of the map. So I'm going to because I want to make sure I see everyone who has his or her hand up. And then going to Carson Lucarelli, and then to Mr. Parati. Stephen?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me
Yes.
okay?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Yeah. Again, with door to door, and especially with seniors and low limited English proficiency constituents, we deal with that a lot in our agency, and we're very proud of the work that we do in reaching those constituencies. So I would just pretty much build upon what I do at work for the DC government. We use tabling at different places. You may see us around town with the purple bags all over the place. We have a newsletter online. We print out those newsletter. We have flyers, like little palm cards that we can distribute. So I'm willing to work with other commissioners and help develop that kind of awareness campaign.
Thank you very much. Carson Lucarelli.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Bowser. I was just going to dovetail off of what the first candidate speaker was mentioning, and I apologize I didn't grab her name. But yeah, I think creating an outreach strategy that reaches all different individuals, whether they're, landline seniors that are home more often and not getting out and about, or, people who are more tech savvy. I think utilizing a varied approach is really important. But what I appreciated from her comment was utilizing existing public assets and cultural assets, such as Laird Allen Park. And, I think that's something that I would be advocating for, whether it's a meet and greet with the commissioners or just making sure that your face is out there, as much as possible. So that way people, can put a face to the name on the ballot. And then obviously having resources to reach folks whose first language is in English. Our neighborhood is, 4003 is, very Caribbean. We have a lot of Ethiopian, we have a large Ethiopian community, and then obviously Central American. And so I think utilizing resources to make sure that we're literally having those voices listened to and heard will also be important. So those are things that I will advocate for. I've worked in a number of marginalized communities all over the world on various planning processes. And so I had the experience and the wherewithal to do that. And so it's just in furtherance of why I'm running. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Parati? You're muted still.
Sorry about that. Just very briefly, Commissioner Bowser, I don't know if all of the commissioners do this, but I know that I very much valued the newsletter that you physically hand out in our community. And I know that you and I have done that together a few times, or I've done that, help pass out the newsletter. And it really is just a wonderful opportunity to just walk about, talk to people, and get to know the neighborhood. And so I would like to continue that effort next year.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, any other commissioners have questions for our candidates?
I would just like to offer a brief comment. So there is a lot of valuable experience in the existing commission and folks that are moving off, and we'll have more time to talk about that. And I think I saw Commissioner Emeritus Crystal Brenton here in the meeting as well, which is great.
Oh, did you? Oh, wow. Okay.
And I wish this were better organized and there were better ways to sort of have a database or repository of this information. But yeah, to echo what other commissioners have said earlier, please feel free to reach out. I would encourage you all, who do take on the role, to work with each other, particularly as regards who's taking on which officer roles, because I think that understanding what's involved in each and managing that early on helps get to the actual business and the most productive things that you can do for the community. So I don't necessarily think that everyone has to share the same opinion, or that there shouldn't be a diversity of opinions, and there needs to be consensus all the time and so forth. But I do think having educated and thorough discussions about what the roles of particularly the officers involved is probably a productive thing to do. So and we're here as resources to help you understand that, because there are some technical aspects involved in each.
Yes. Thank you, Commissioner. Are there any attendees that have questions? We have about a minute and a half for questions for our commissioner candidates. Any attendee have a question for our commissioner candidates? Is this Andrew Shapiro? Did you want to say something?
Yeah, I had a question for the candidates who are most adjacent to Kennedy Street and Georgia Avenue. And I heard a couple candidates talk about supporting the businesses, but obviously, there's kind of start and stops on really getting the small business community to really be flourishing there. And there are some really strong places, but what are your plans to help foster a more supportive environment for the small businesses and to help keep them thriving on both corridors there?
Does anyone have a comment on that?
I can jump in.
Kate Judson. Okay, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, so I don't know if Gabriella is still on from Uptown, but I really think leveraging the services of Uptown Main Street is key there, Andrew. I think, and I know you're involved with Uptown as well. I used to sit on the board, and I think, Uptown does a phenomenal job of trying to reach out and work with businesses to help them, providing them the technical assistance whether it's like, accounting needs or advertising or like creating a business plan or navigating DCRA. So I think really just tapping into those groups, and Uptown is just one group to really provide that support, because I think that is really definitely needed. There's a lot of businesses, as you know, along Kennedy, like right at 5th and Kennedy, there's a seafood business and a gluten-free bakery that have been sort of like starting to open and then stopping. And I think that sort of like hands-on assistance working through groups like Uptown would really benefit some of these businesses and help them to thrive.
Thank you. Does any other candidate want to comment on Andrew Shapiro's question? All right. Thank you, candidates, so much. I really, really appreciate you coming and giving us your take on why you want to engage and interact with the community. We really appreciate your time, and the best to you. We're the current commissioners. We're doing transition activities now. We got a guide from the Office of the ANCs, and so we will be handing things directly to the Office of the ANC. So it'll be in one place, and then the Office of the ANCs, like the checkbooks, will give them to you, and any other equipment that we have. We do have, for when long ago we were in in-person meetings, we have mics and other audio equipment. So we will also reach out to you to keep you up to date on any issues we feel are important. And feel free to reach out to us as well. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair Bowser. I look forward to seeing you all again. Cheers.
Thank you. Look forward to it. Yes. All right, now we will change. It's getting late, but we want to one of our main presenters this evening is Mr. Ryan O'Leary. He is the initial pusher of ballot Initiative 82, raising the minimum wage for tipped workers. As most people know, we had Initiative 77, and that passed by the people because that initiative was voted on by Republicans, Democrats, Independents. Anyone could vote on a statehood green. That was in 2018, but the DC Council overturned that. So there's an effort underway for Initiative 87 that will be on the November 8th ballot. So we want to make sure that everyone is aware of what it does and what it aims to do. And so I'm going to turn it over to Ryan O'Leary, and he has 10 minutes for a presentation, and then we'll do 10 minutes for a Q&A.
Thank you so much, Renee. Hi, everybody. My name is Ryan O'Leary. I'm the proposer of Initiative 82. I really thank you all for letting me speak tonight. It's an honor to be here, especially considering that your own council member is a council member because she was inspired by what happened with Initiative 77. So I'm going to keep this pretty short and just to the point. I want there to be enough time for questions for anyone who has any, thoughts or concerns about this or needs more detail. So I'll just start off by saying what it does. Initiative 82 would, if it passes, and so that would be if a majority of people vote yes on Initiative 82, the sub-minimum wage for tipped workers would be eliminated. So what does that mean? It means that right now, tipped workers can be paid as low as $5.35 an hour before tips. If they don't make up to the full minimum wage over a 2-week pay period, averaged out, hour by hour, the employer ostensibly does need to make up the difference. But the fact of the matter is that right now, as a tipped employee, your wages are, or the wage obligations that your employer is responsible for are subsidized by your tips. This would eliminate that. So what would happen is that employers over a 5-year period would slowly and incrementally have to pay their tipped workers a little bit more every year, $3 the first year, $2 every year after that, with the last year being the final $2 plus whatever remaining difference there is between the two wages. And tips would remain on top in the property of the server and their support staff. This could also mean that tips could be shared with back of house if everyone is paid the full minimum wage. And, you know, as someone who has worked in one of those restaurants in Minneapolis for a short amount of time, ironically, during the Initiative 77 campaign, I was not in DC. It was great. It worked out great. In fact, service got better simply because, you know, back of house was more invested in the experience of the customer. You know, Renee kind of touched on the history of this. This was already voted on in 2018, and the council ended up overturning the overwhelming will of the people. So I guess, why did I decide to do this? You know, I was a tipped worker up until the beginning of the pandemic. I was laid off from the Hamilton, just like most other tipped workers in DC. And, you know, I think just like, and not just in the tip industry, but just in general, during that period, a lot of workers kind of realized, you know, what they felt like they deserved and what they were worth. And a lot of that came into conflict when it came to the wages that they were being paid and the conditions they were working under. And I was no different. And so, you know, last summer, with the group I was organizing with, we commissioned a poll of DC tipped workers, asking them what they thought about this. Because, you know, I wasn't going to do this given the prevailing understanding of what DC was at with this, until I knew that my fellow tipped workers were in support of it as well. And it turns out about 85 to 95% of tipped workers are supportive of this. That includes, you know, a lot of people that people don't know are tipped workers, bussers, food runners, barbacks. They usually get tipped out of the bartender and servers, you know, tips or sales or some kind of combination of the two every night. And so that really made me realize that this needed to happen. And so we collected the signatures this past winter, in the dead of winter at the height of COVID for DC. We were able to get on the ballot despite numerous legal challenges. And yeah, so I'm just very excited that this is finally winding down. I'm sorry if I sound really tired. It's been a very long day. I don't do this full time. I do it on a volunteer basis at this point, on weekends and evenings like tonight. So yeah, I'll post some ways to get involved in the chat in case anyone is interested. The DSA has launched a very robust campaign, as they did for Janice Lewis George when they endorsed her, to support this initiative at an organizational level. They're canvassing every weekend, as is DC for Democracy, while they canvass for Alyssa Silverman as well. So if either of those things interest you, I'd be happy to share the links, and also post my contact information, because I'm sure there's lots of questions here and I might not be able to get to all of them. So I'm happy to correspond by email as well. And with that, I open it up to your questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. O'Leary. We're going to start with questions from commissioners. Commissioners, do you have any questions for Ryan O'Leary regarding Initiative 82? Go ahead, John.
Okay. Oh no, I would just be curious from, you know, why did the council not move forward with the prior initiative? What was their policy reasoning?
Yeah, so I wasn't in DC at the time, like I mentioned, but it seemed like there was a marathon hearing session in which a lot of tipped workers, particularly bartenders and longtime professional tipped workers, people who, you know, I don't want to characterize them one way or another because I know some of them are in this meeting right now as well, but you know, there was a mix of both pro voices and anti voices, but it seemed like the anti voices kind of had the day amongst tip workers. And, you know, that was 4 years ago. So I wasn't part of that campaign. I don't know what the polling looked like back then.
I can tell you.
Sure.
That was a marathon hearing chaired by Chair Mendelson, and it was about 13 hours. And most of the people who attended the hearing were bartenders, managers, and owners. It was overwhelmingly white male, even though most tip workers in our city are not white male. And they said nobody wants it. And so out in the hall, I was there for hours. Out in the hall, I said, well, how do you know nobody wants it? And so these guys would tell me, oh, it's the people I talk to. I mean, that, and what happened, Chairman Mendelson used the fact that there were a lot of the bartenders, managers, and owners telling the council that the tipped servers don't want it. They used it to overturn it. And I have to correct something in the chat. It was open. Anyone, they could be Republican, independent, everyone was allowed to vote in that primary.
Yeah, so for instance, I was really excited when I was planning, this was supposed to be on the primary election this year, just like the last one was. It was pushed to the general due to a whole lot of just not really important reasons. It was just kind of bungling of a lot of different things on the side of the Board of Elections and a few lawsuits that we had to get through. But because for that very reason, because we've started doing mail-in ballots, every independent would have gotten a ballot just with Initiative 82 on it. And so a whole swath of people who aren't used to voting in primaries and wouldn't think they would have been eligible would have actually gotten a ballot in the mail. But yes, I will also say that it did seem, based on what I've heard, that at that hearing, it was mostly bartenders, and bartenders are a minority of the tipped service industry. The majority are made up of servers, food runners, bussers, barbacks, things like that. And they generally make the most money in the restaurant. And so when you're making, you know, anywhere between 70 to 90 grand a year, and 90 to 95% of that is coming from tips, I can understand the perspective of thinking that this could potentially lower your wages. If you talk to servers, and especially if you talk to the support staff, there's a much more universal understanding that this would be good for them. You know, and so I think that's kind of what I've noticed specifically with the outreach that I've done with the like in restaurants and with tipped workers personally.
Thank you. I just have one more question because I know this is going to get, we don't want to go on too long, but has this been done anywhere else that we know of? Sorry, I'm just not as.
Yeah, not recently, but there's 7 states right now that don't have a sub-minimum wage. Those include California, Washington, Oregon, Montana, Nevada, Minnesota, and Alaska. You know, I worked in Minneapolis, like I said, with a $15 minimum wage. I made great money. I made great tips. I have a very good friend who was very anti-77 when he bartended in DC. He since moved out to LA, making $15 an hour with tips on top. In fact, DC has one of the lowest tipping averages in the country. They tip much better in these states than they do in DC. And he straight up told me, he's like, I was so against this, but like, I can't for the life of me understand why. I'm buying my first house. He just got back from his, you know, dream honeymoon in Europe. Like, he's thriving. And so I think, you know, we're not going into uncharted territory here. We have plenty of examples to show how it works. And it does work, and people keep tipping. And all that really happens is that the poverty rate amongst tipped workers goes down. The rate of on-the-job harassment goes down, and tipped workers are able to thrive in the cities in which they serve.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions from commissioners before we turn to the attendees, our public?
I just had a brief question. Mr. O'Leary, thank you for being here, and noted that you are not related to Fraser O'Leary.
I get that a lot. I get that a lot.
I'm sure. To the extent that you can, given that you are pro Initiative 182, if you could, as objectively as possible, sort of outline briefly what the other side argues, so that folks can understand the whole argument.
Yeah, so there isn't really an organized argument against this. There is the No 182 campaign, which their argument, and they're kind of they're the outgrowth of the Save Our Tips campaign, which was going on during 77. Now, I think that's a very ironic slogan to have, because by saying those words, it implies that you are a tipped worker, but in fact, that campaign was funded by the restaurant industry and ownership. And this campaign is more, it's more of the same, but just slightly more complicated and more focused on trying to win over consumers as opposed to workers. Instead of saying that all your tips are going to go away, you know, we might have to close, no one's going to tip you anymore. We know you make more than 15 bucks an hour already, so why would you want to get a pay cut? They're begging the question a lot of the times, I would say, and I guess I'm not saying this objectively, so I apologize, but they seem to be insistent that 20% service charges will be instituted across the board at every single restaurant. I can tell you right now, like I said, in those 7 states, that isn't the case. And a lot of those restaurants that do have 20% service charges, like I was just talking to a friend who works at Lardente, that the Obamas were just dining at earlier this week or last week. And he gets, there's a 20% service charge on the bill, but they still get tips out of that service charge and they're paid $15 an hour. And so I just don't see people being interested in having to have so much of their the end of their bill hidden off of the price of the goods. I always encourage people to go on Google Maps and go to LA, go to San Francisco, go to Minneapolis, Oregon, Portland, and just pick a restaurant off the map and look at the menu prices. They're very comparable, if not sometimes even a bargain compared to DC. So I don't think there's any kind of worry that menu prices will be, or real possibility that menu prices are going to become outrageous or that people will stop tipping. Because again, they tip better there than they do here.
Okay, if there's no other commissioner has a question, we'll move to the public. I first saw Andrew Shapiro's hand. Do you have a question for Mr. O'Leary?
Yes, I do. And I just, I'm going to start by saying I am also a longtime tip worker. So this issue is near and dear to my heart for a lot of reasons. But I now work in small business advocacy and support. And, you know, I personally want to urge people to vote against it. But the question that I have is, and I asked this at a Ward 5 Democratic meeting, which was, why did the organizers not go through the council, particularly given the Mr. O'Leary's own proclamation that the current Ward 4 council member was a big time supporter? I asked this for a lot of reasons, because wage policy is deeply complex, and we're going through a moment of, despite what Mr. O'Leary said, places will have to raise their prices. We're already seeing places raise their prices due to the increased cost of foods. And I'm very worried about the restaurants that do have tipped employees that are on Georgia Avenue and Kennedy Street that I've worked with. In other capacities, already this year, they had to adjust to a raise in the minimum wage due to the natural progression. And, you know, a lot of these places don't necessarily always have access to information, don't necessarily know the channels, and aren't operating in ways that will allow them to do this. They are all also largely struggling to find workers. And, you know, the implementation of this is something that's not been addressed, but it poses a lot of questions as to how the organizers plan to work with the very many small businesses across the city, but particularly the ones up in this ANC, which are some of the most vulnerable small businesses, which are all majority not, you know, either first generation or, you know, neighborhood owned. And what the plan is to work with these businesses to make sure they know, to make sure they're in compliance, to help them readjust their business models so they can deal with the increased wages, and to make sure that there's an effective ease-in period of this. Because generally when something is passed to the legislative branch, there's a period in which not only is something eased in, but there's a lot of information that's passed on from government agencies relevant to that particular thing that allows businesses to plan and adjust. And I've seen zero discussion of this in regards to the initiative. And I'm just wondering what, you know, the plan is to deal with this across the city if this does passes, so businesses are in compliance, are aware, and, you know, have an effective plan to deal with what ultimately over the course of 5 years is going to be a multi-100% increase in wages for a lot of these places.
Sure, that's a bunch of great questions. I have a lot of points I want to do, and I'm going to try to do them as quickly as possible. We did try to work with RAMW, the local restaurant lobby and association, in order to craft a bill to make this much more holistic than what this ballot initiative accomplishes. We weren't able to reach a consensus on what to do because it's true. Like we spend way too much time regulating and taxing the restaurant industry in this city when we have such a vibrant restaurant scene. You know, there should be rent stabilization for restaurants, especially legacy restaurants, especially those owned by people of color. We need and things like liquor license insurance is just way too expensive in DC. It's 3 to 5 times more expensive than it is in Maryland and Virginia. And so these things do need to change. And I tried to change them. And after everything fell through, I still told Kathy Hollinger, like, look, you know, if after this initiative passes, if you want me to help advocate for what you guys need, I'm happy to do that. You know, I know you said that there's a labor shortage. You know, I think from an owner's perspective, it absolutely is a labor shortage. I think from a worker's perspective, it's really a wage shortage. You know, like there's over the summer, I was in between jobs and I was looking to apply to work, get back into the service industry. And I was specifically looking for places that already paid the full minimum wage with tips on top. All of them had no openings whatsoever. They were full. They were not hiring. Martha Deer, As You Are Bar, Duck and Peach, like all of these places, they didn't need anybody because they're retaining their employees at a much higher rate than places that are not paying their employees the full minimum wage.
Can I quickly interject? Those are not the types of restaurants that are in this ANC, and I understand those are great popular restaurants, but these are much smaller restaurants that have a much different operating reality, that
Sir,
also
will you
have a
allow me
customer
to get-
base.
Mr. Shapiro, will you allow him to
Sorry.
get to that? He was answering, you had several questions and he was answering them in turn. Go ahead.
My apologies.
Thank you. No, it's fine. So the next point was the ease-in period. You know, it's funny because a lot of people think that this, or a lot of people suspect that this is happening on too quick of a timeline of 5 years, because it is eased in at the end of the day. But when we were negotiating with RAMW, they actually wanted.
Can you say who RMW is?
Yeah, the Restaurant Association of Metro Washington. You most likely have encountered them because through their Restaurant Week promotions that they have in the dining community a couple times a year in DC. They actually wanted this to happen on a quicker timeline. And even more recently, I think just earlier this week, they actually sent a survey out to all of their members asking them to asking if they would prefer if this happened on a quicker timeline rather than a slower timeline. And so it actually seems like there's an interest in the restaurant community to make this happen quicker than my initiative, you know, lays out. I was trying to find a Goldilocks moment between it doesn't take too long, but it doesn't happen too quickly. And it seems as if I missed the mark, and the industry actually would prefer if this happened on a quicker timeline. And as far as planning and adjustment goes, with regards to, you know, the government sending out materials or helping, you know, businesses themselves kind of navigate this change to their books. This is part of why I wanted to do this as a bill, because ballot initiatives cannot appropriate funds, and that would appropriate funds. So I wasn't able to include it in this, but you better believe that I will be regularly talking with Janice Lewis George about how to properly prepare businesses for the changes that are going to be happening. And to make sure that they're all in compliance, because right now, a lot of restaurants in DC are not only paying below the sub-minimum wage, there's some that are still paying $4.45, which was the minimum wage for tipped workers about 3 years ago, to just not reporting what they're paying their employees at all to DOES. And so this is really what this is going to actually solve, which is the rampant amount of wage theft that happens in this industry. You know, 80% of restaurants are actively in violation of some wage law in this country, according to the Department of Labor. And so that's what really this is also seeking to fix permanently.
Okay, let me move to Dylan Butler. Please ask your question. Mr. Butler?
I think he may have put his hand down.
No,
Oh,
I'm sorry.
okay.
I'm here. I'm here. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I was muted. My apologies. I want to, I'll share my video on so people can see me. I want to, yeah, first say, I appreciate the debate between the two of you and Mr. Lear. I appreciate all the dedication you have in doing this work. I want to ask a question, just kind of, the first time I even heard about this was honestly like the other day when we got our, voter rolls or ballots, and I saw this ballot initiative 82, and I was like, this is familiar to me. Looks like something that happened 2 years ago. Obviously, this is, now I'm learning more about 77. And what I fundamentally don't understand about this whole initiative and why I'm even voting on it is that I worked at a restaurant for like 6 months in college, and I love being, a waiter, but it never relied on it as a livelihood. And I respect everybody in the restaurant industry. And I fundamentally don't believe that I'm equipped to be able to vote on these kinds of issues, So I'm wondering how, and then obviously with Initiative 77 was passed by voters and then rejected by the council for, all sorts of reasons that are, I think valid. But why am I voting on something that I don't understand? I don't you guys are very well versed in this, in the economics of all this. How can I learn literally outside of Kojo Namdi or, this ANC call that we do once a month? I don't know what's going on in these circles. So, how can I learn more evidence about what is happening? How am I going to, as a consumer, incur I believe everyone should have a living wage. Don't get me wrong. As a consumer, am I going to be expected now, to bear the cost of that, which makes sense. But then also, am I going to get a square receipt that says, do you want to do 15, 20, 25% on top of that? That's going to make it prohibitively expensive to then go and, go out with a family of 4, when these costs are. So, I just I feel like there's just so much to unpack about policy here that, we're being asked to vote on and I just fundamentally have an issue with voters being given this sort of direct democracy ballot initiative that I think is really important and needs to be aired in a more public way. And I feel like I follow a lot of local stuff, but I don't know enough to vote yay or nay. And I want the vote to matter. I want to know what I'm voting on before I do it. The language is confusing to me. What am I doing? And so, so Lear, if you could point me to some great research, both sides, I want to see both sides of the issue, that, we as voters can have, I think would be really helpful. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. That was, there's a lot of things in there. I don't really know exactly what I can answer. It just seems like a certain level of general confusion, but I will put in the chat.
Just some good information, I guess, to help me as somebody who's totally ignorant of these issues to really, learn more. Consider me as an idiot who doesn't know anything about the stuff.
All good. Yeah. So there's a there's a really good kind of I can't really post at the end of the day, there really aren't that many sources saying how bad this is going to be. And I do spend most of my day getting asked for sources, and I provide them, and I don't really get a lot in return when I ask them from the other side. But I'm sure they would be happy to post all of their stuff in the chat if they'd like. But what I really always go back to as the primer for why I think this should happen is a holistic study or kind of amalgamation of studies by the Center of American Progress on this issue that came out in March of last year. That I'm going to put it in the chat right now. It just covers all kind of angles of this from the proponent's perspective. And so I encourage you to look that over to convince you to vote yes personally. But if you do have any questions, I will also put my email in here right now so people can contact me that way as well.
And let me say, Mr. Butler, the Department of Labor has done studies about wage theft in the tip industry. And I can, if you email me, I can forward you some reports because I know during the Obama administration, the Department of Labor did a study talking about wage theft and basically talking about the tipped wage system is a very complex system because it's easy, like if you're a regular worker making a set amount of per hour and you work 2 hours overtime, there's an easy calculation for that. It's not so easy with tipped workers. Also with tipped workers do non-tipped work. And so when can the employer pay them the sub-minimum tipped wage or when do they have to pay that employee the regular minimum wage? It's a very complex system. It's a holdover. It's a holdover from earlier times. And the system is pretty easy to cheat. You know, in our area, Founding Farmers was found to have violated the law with retip workers and also the sick leave law in the district and in Maryland. Their restaurants in Maryland and Virginia, because it's a restaurant group. So it's a very complicated system, but I can refer you to the Department of Labor studies. Okay, Valerie Graham, you're next. You're our last question, because we've already run out of 10 minutes.
Hi. So my name is Valerie Graham. I am a bartender in DC. I am the named plaintiff on the lawsuit against the Board of Elections that Ryan was alluding to earlier. And so I have several questions about the bill, about the structure, even the structure of this conversation. So I understand why you all as an ANC invited Ryan O'Leary as the sponsor of this bill to be a presenter at your ANC meeting. I do not understand why there was no outreach to include a member of the workforce, an actual member of the workforce, to participate in this discussion. The idea that that your an ANC chairperson is asking Ryan O'Leary to present his perspective or his interpretation of the opposition to Initiative 77 is it's disappointing, I'll say. Initiative 82, I'm sorry, I'm stuck in 2018. So it's disappointing that nobody from our workforce who actually lives in this culture was invited to this conversation to present the side of people who are not supporting or are not like wholly invested in the passage of Initiative 82. I appreciate the question of the gentleman, Dylan Butler, who asked why he should be deciding on this issue. And I think, to echo Andrew Shapiro's statement, what we're talking about represents a very complex policy, a very complex economic policy that deserves to have the input and the influence of a nonpartisan governmental, like some sort of governmental agency who can give a statement to the council, who are supposed to be the people who create legislation, an economic impact statement to say, this is what a decision like this the impacts that it would have. To suggest that it won't have an impact or that the impact won't be significant is I would say, I can't think of the word, but it's insulting. It's insulting to us as a workforce. It's insulting to the people in our community who have invested their resources, their savings, their hopes, their dreams, years of blood, sweat, and tears in building their businesses. As a community, DC bars and restaurants are made up of 96% independently owned small businesses. And so to suggest that these small businesses and independently owned entities can absorb a tripling their front of house wages without making a major economic impact in how business is done naive. That's the word I was looking for. And having these discussions and presenting them to the voters and your constituents without including people who are directly affected, I think is it's a disservice. It's a disservice to our community. And so I guess the question that I would ask, you know, you're talking about these surveys in which you've got these massive 85 to 95% of tipped workers saying that they support this. I would suggest to you that what we're experiencing right now is a community where people have observed what happened after Initiative 77, where people are seeing the power of social media and seeing that that people are being punished, that people are being you know, put on blast for their support of Initiative 82, support of the opposition of Initiative 82. And where people, I think a lot of people within our community and outside of our community are feeling that it's not really safe to step outside and say, I don't know if this is good policy. And fundamentally, I think the question is whether or not it is appropriate for voters in a yes or no ballot initiative to be deciding an economic policy that has such a vast and pervasive impact on an economic system, on an employer of people, on people who open businesses in this city, and on one of the largest providers of jobs in the city. This initiative will have an impact. And I think that we deserve, as voters and workers in this city, we deserve for an issue of this complexity to be voted on, decided on with public input by our council. And the idea that we're asking voters to make what is ultimately an emotional choice about how they feel about tipping, about how they feel about the narratives around the working conditions of tipped workers, whether or not they are tipped workers, whether or not they know tipped workers. We're creating an environment where people are able to make policy decisions based on how they feel about a thing.
Okay, I'm gonna have to,
pardon?
I thank you for that. We're gonna have to move on.
Can I at least answer that question quickly?
Well, wait 1 second. I did 3 more minutes and we've that's gone now. So I understand your point. You can briefly respond, Mr. O'Leary. I want to let the constituent know that the Department of Employment Services Office of Wage and Hour Division on November 1, 2017 did a report on the minimum wage impact. I did a minimum wage impact study and talked about tipped servers and other tipped employees across the district. And it's a very detailed study. You can, in fact, I read it before I testified on September, before I voted for the Initiative 77 and testified in September of 2018. You might find that, and I contacted the Department of Employment Services to see if they had any updated studies. I could not find anything, and since last week, I didn't get a response from the Department of Employment Services, but they have done a report. And in fact, our DC Council overturned, really kind of went against their own Department of Employment Services when they overturned Initiative 77. Mr. O'Leary, you have a
post
short
that in the
last word?
chat? Can you post a link to that?
I'll do that.
Thank you.
I can't post the link. I can just give write out what the information about the study.
That'd be great. I'll look it up. Thank you.
Yeah, so I just want to say that
final words. I'm trying to cancel this. Final words, very quickly.
Yes, I would just like to say that I agree that this should be decided by tipped workers. I wish that was the case. I wish we had industry-wide union representation and restaurant workers were all bargaining collectively for their wages. In the places where that does happen in DC, the unionized hotels, they are being paid much more than the minimum wage plus tips on top. So yes, I wish, and I still hope that will become the reality, but it's not. And all ballot initiatives are based off of what people feel. And I think it's kind of insulting to say that people shouldn't be voting on what they feel when abortion is on the ballot across this country in so many states this year. These things matter, and this is the best way for the population to go against a council or a state legislature or Congress when they try to go against what the popular will of the people is. Every place where this happens, sorry, and that's all I'll say then. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. I'm gonna have to stop you right there. We really have to move on. Thank you, Mr. O'Leary. Thank you, Ms. Graham. We're going now to our treasurer's report. Give it a go, Commissioner Israel.
Yes, thank you, Chair Bowser. I will keep this very brief. I know it's already 9:14. So
I know.
And I don't know if Commissioner Noble wants to screen share it. I'll just start to get things flowing. So as of September 30th, 2022, we have a closing balance of $1,705.11. In the month of September, we reimbursed Commissioner Bouquet for web hosting, email alert fees. $357.15 was for that. I also cut 2 of the $2,000 grants that we authorized at our September public meeting. The first for the Home Rule Music and Film Preservation Foundation grant. They had an event a few weeks ago on Kennedy Street, which was very well attended. The second was for Ward 4 Mutual Aid for Food. So those 2 checks were written in the end of September. We also received some funds. $1,750 was actually put into our bank account from a grantee that we had awarded back in July of 2022, the Youth Organizations United to Rise. They were unable to actually utilize the grant, and that was for $1,750, so they sent that back to us. So there was an influx of funds as well. So closing balance of $1,705.11. Be happy to answer any questions. We don't have to vote on that, but that's the September report. Oh, you're on mute.
Does anyone have any question about Commissioner Israel's monthly treasurer's report? Okay, hearing none, Commissioner, can you move on to the budget and the quarterly financial report that we have to vote on?
Yes. So this quarterly financial report is for the 4th quarter of fiscal year 2022. So it covers July 1st, 2022 to September 30th, 2022. So it ended 19 days ago. During that time period, like I just mentioned, we got an influx of $1,750 from a grantee that couldn't use the funds. And we spent a decent amount of money in that 3-month period. We spent a total of $17,991.25. The vast majority of that was from all of the grants that we approved of, both at our July public meeting and at our September public meeting. So that's where that large number comes from. And I would also note that in July, we voted to increase the amount of grants for our FY22 budget. So that encompasses that. And the $541.25 was for various communication related costs, Commissioner Bowser's SMD newsletter, and other things, administrative things that Commissioner Bouquet need to be reimbursed for the website and constant contact. So as you can see, as of October 1, we were down to $1,705.11. I will note that on October 5th, so 5 days into FY23, the district government gave ANC 4D our quarterly allotment of almost $4,200. So while the end of this report says 1705, in reality, we have significantly more than that in our bank account, like as of today. So just wanted to note that. But this is a requirement to vote past this so that the incoming 4D commissioners get their quarterly allotment on time. So with that, I make a motion for ANC 4D to approve the FY22 Q4 financial report.
Okay, it's been moved to accept the ANC 4D quarterly financial report for FY22 fourth quarter. Do I have a second for that motion?
Are we going to have comment before we vote, or?
Oh yeah, we're gonna have comment before we vote. But when it's moved, after it's moved and second, then it's
Oh, you're right. Yep.
open
Yeah,
for
sorry.
discussion.
Yes. Yep. Second.
Okay, thank you. Now, commissioners, do you have any questions or comments on the ANC 4D quarterly report that's been moved?
Yep. Sorry about that. So, Commissioner Israel, the latest disbursement that came in, which fiscal quarter did that relate to?
So, and I always forget exactly how it's structured, but the Office of ANCs has a weird way of approaching this where they release an allotment based on previous quarterly financial reports that were filed. So the actual allotment that we received was for the quarter that just ended on September 30th. So it was actually the FY22 fourth quarter allotment is the one that we received. By passing this quarterly financial report, it will release a future allotment into 2023.
Okay, so I guess all I'm asking is there are no additional receivables from the government that are.
So actually, that is not the case. So we still have over $5,000 from FY22 that the district government still owes us. And the reason that is the case is because they withheld funds from us earlier this year based on some late grant reporting from last July of 2021. And I've submitted all the paperwork they asked for, so they're just a little bit delayed in that. So there are still 5,000 plus from FY22 that hopefully by the end of this calendar year, they will also put into our bank account.
Right, and I think we should press them on that as much as we can. And then my other question was, as I recall, the reporting here is based upon payments that have cleared, checks cleared the bank account. Are there any payables or significant payables that you have outstanding? And again, I'm just asking based on the the balance that we're showing here at the end. But I think
yeah. So the only outstanding one, which I know we discussed last month's public meeting, is there's one last $2,000 grant check that I have not sent out yet for the Petworth Arts Collaborative. And that was because I wanted to make sure we had enough funds in our bank account before sending that out. And they also need to determine who the check should be written out to. So that will be sent out later this month, but that's the only real outstanding one that is not encompassed in this report.
Yep, thank you.
Okay, any other commissioners have questions? Ms. Graham, I'm assuming that hand up is from the previous discussion. If not, I'm going to get to the attendees. Does any other commissioner have a question about the quarterly report? Okay, if not, do any attendees have any question or comment about the quarterly report? Okay, hearing none, it's been moved and seconded that that we accept the ANC 4D quarterly financial report for FY22 fourth quarter that goes to the DC auditor. All in favor of this quarterly report, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, the ayes have it. Is Commissioner Eric Smith in attendance? Okay, all right. Now, Commissioner Israel, if you would go over the budget, because we have to vote on the budget at this
yes. So let me preface, Chair Bowser, by saying that for full disclosure, we as a commission, we posted the draft version of this at the very top of our webpage for ANC4D to let the public see what we were proposing, to receive comments. I did not receive any comments over the last couple of weeks. I just want to note that for the record. And this is a requirement in order for ANC4D to spend any money. We have to pass a budget. If there are any likely incoming 4D commissioners still on the call, you are allowed to vote to amend this budget at any point during fiscal year 2023, which will end September 30th, 2023. So the first 9 months of your term next year, if you decide, hey, this is too much in grants, we want to change it up, you have every right to do that. That's up to all of you. So as I was noting from Commissioner Noble's question, we still have over $5,000 that the district government owes us from FY22. So that's encompassed in the, if you'll note there in the top there, the balance for from FY22 is a total of just over $10,000. That includes that $5,000 we're still waiting from because it's from FY22 funds. So we're going to carry over $10,000 into the new fiscal year, which started October 1st, just 19 days ago. And then the new allotment for all of FY23 for ANC4D specifically is $20,113.08. So for the total for FY23 from October 1 of this year to September 30 next year, there's a total of just over $30,000 available to ANC4D, which is a decent amount of money. So of that $30,114.61, the breakdown that I propose based on what we've actually spent money on in FY22 and going back to FY21 was I'll just start from the most to the least by category. So 18,000 for grants. As you saw in the monthly report for September and the quarterly financial report, we did issue a lot of grants. And I think many of us feel that that's one of the best ways to get money into the community, that we do receive very limited funds, but it's still very positive. And so that $18,000 would be about 60% of the FY23 budget. So a majority would go to that. Then the next would be $11,000 for communication, which is about just under 37% of the total budget. That includes the annual subscription cost for Zoom, which is just over $2,000, as well as any single member district newsletters that commissioners will want to disperse that cost money. That includes if the new 4D commission wants to send out a mailer to all residents or voters in the commission area. As Chair Bowser knows, it's very expensive. I think it was over $7,000 last year. So that could be used for this purpose. And then, like the web hosting fees and constant contact that the secretary is in charge of, that's also encompassed there. So that's why that's such a big amount. The other amounts here, very small, relative, $500 for purchase of service. It's possible that ANC4D in the next few months hires a college intern to help us with some web design issues and web formatting issues for the website. We would like to pay that individual a stipend for their work. So that is reserved for that purpose. There's not a guarantee that we'll do this, but in the event that we do, that money is set aside for that. $500 for other expenses, whatever they might be that pop up. And then the remaining $114.61 for bank charges to cover anything with that. So that comes out to $30,114.61. Just again, the future commission can amend that if they want to by vote at any public meeting next year. And I'll leave it at that.
Okay.
And I make a motion for ANC4D to approve the fiscal year 2023 draft budget as the final adopted budget.
Do I have a second for the motion to approve the FY23 draft budget?
Second.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Noble. It's been moved and seconded that we approve the ANC4D fiscal year 2023 draft budget. We want to open it for quick questions or comments. Do we have any comments from commissioners? I just want to make one brief comment to say that in some of our closing up activities, like paying for our storage space, we're going to, we may have to issue some smaller checks for some closing activities, but that doesn't really change what the budget is. But I just want to let people know that the $10,000 that bounced forward from FY 2022, that may be lower by January. Because also we discussed it at our last business meeting, that for the incoming commissioners, because they will not be able to write checks for a period of time, that we wanted to make sure that we had certain basics like the Zoom, like some other types of supplies, so that they can carry on until the auditor approves the security fund and all that, and they're able to write checks. And they may not be able to write checks until March, or maybe sometimes April. Okay, any other, go ahead, Commissioner Nolan.
Yeah, no, just to follow up on that, Chair Bowser, and I'm putting on my insurance hat, and I could have talked about the liquor liability situation in DC as far as how it affects the restaurant industry for a long time, but we're past that. I do think it's important to draw a distinction between money that's owed to us from the district government and what's essentially a receivable. I don't know that we have all of the details, and even if we thought we did, that OANC could make their own determination as far as whether to deduct portions of an allotment based on their own particular judgment of the use of funds. So I think what we did here was an important thing. I'm not second guessing anything we've done. I think that one of the most important things we can do is to get money out into the community, especially during the last few years in which we had a pandemic. But I do want to caution, or at least advise incoming commissioners to think about, not necessarily look at that $10,000 headline number, but look at it more as, say, $5,000 plus a $5,000 receivable that may or may not come, some prepaid expenses, which include the Zoom subscription, which is about $2,000 a year, and some other wind-up expenses. So I would just caution incoming commissioners to sort of look at that number and say, hey, that's great, we can start to spend cash. I think I would say overall we're cutting it a bit close, but that's probably by design, because we believe it was important to get these funds out to support the community.
Okay.
Yeah, and Chair Bowser, if I could just note one other thing too. The way that the district government decides what 4D's budget is they look at the actual population from the 2020 census for 4D relative to the total population for the district. And then based on the total pool of money, which is usually about $800,000 for all ANCs district-wide. I think they bumped up to like 900,000 something. They do that allocation based on the number of people as a percent of the population. So because after redistricting, 4D is growing from 6 SMDs to 8 SMDs, our annual budget the last several years has been about $16,500 a year. But with the influx of people starting in January, the budget for FY23 will be over $20,000. So just to make folks aware of that increase.
So that's been communicated to us by the OANC.
Correct.
Okay, any comments from, did any other commissioner have a comment? Okay, any comments from our attendees? Okay, hearing none, commissioners, it's been moved and seconded that we approve the ANC 4D FY 2023 budget, which, as we've said, can be modified by the new commission at any time during the fiscal year. All in favor of this budget, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, any opposed? Okay, the ayes have it. Is Commissioner Smith here? Okay, so it's 5-0. Okay, thank you. All right, let's move on. The next issue is the BZA special exception request by the owner of a 4-unit apartment building at 5131 2nd Street Northwest. And we're going to do a very quick recap. Is the representative, let me get the person's name here. is the representative of for the applicant here for 5131? Oh, Mr. Williams, yes, you are here. Okay, if you could do a very quick wrap up. I saw your email that you can get something in writing from the next door property, the adjoining property. Okay, so just a very quick wrap up, and then we will consider a vote.
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner Bowser. This is a fairly straightforward case to add 2 units to an existing apartment house. And I think the one outstanding issue was outreach to neighbors. So I'm going to let the representative for the owner, Matt Medvine, who's on this call, speak to his outreach and conversations with the next door neighbor.
Good evening, guys. My name is Matt Medvine. I am representing the ownership group for this property. As Zach noted and Commissioner Bowser noted, I have personally met with not with the owners next door, but with their property manager. The actual owners next door are quite elderly and not able to get out there personally, but they have instructed and charged their property manager to take their stead and meet me on site, as I've met him twice now, gone over the plans and exchanged communications with him, explaining everything that we are going to be doing with the property. They have no issues and they fully intend on supporting this case of ours. The only reason we don't have a signed letter of support is honestly, it's on me. It just slipped through the cracks on my end. I forgot to send them a letter. So that's on my list to do. This week I spoke with their property manager earlier today, and I'm getting that over to them so that they can sign that, and then we'll submit that as an exhibit to our case.
Okay. Now, just to clarify to the commissioners and to the attendees that are still with us, it's a 4-unit apartment building. They're going to build 2 new units in the basement, and they're also going to take up a little bit more space of the ground because they're putting in basement windows, but it's not much different. It's not a much additional. It is going from, I believe, 44% of the lot occupancy up to 47% of the lot occupancy. And the basis on which BZA, particularly when there's a adjoining property, they look at light and air available to the neighboring properties. They look at the privacy of use and enjoyment of neighboring properties, and they look at whether it changes the, like when you look from the alley or you look from the front, whether it's changing the character of that block. And so those are some of the things that BZA looks at. I've looked at the DC municipal regs for the sections that pertains to, but I think that's about it. Do Mr. Williams or Mr. Medvin, am I pronouncing your name right?
Yes, Medvine.
Oh, okay, Medvin. If you do have anything else to add?
Yes, actually, the lot occupancy relief is no longer part of the application. The architect did some new calculations there with the OP staff, and that has now been withdrawn.
Oh, so that's within the by right.
Correct.
Okay, all right. So we're just with respect to the addition of the 2 basement units.
That's correct.
All right, all right. All right, does commissioners, do you have any comment on what has been presented? They're asking for a special exception for the building of the 2 new basement units. There's no basement units, but the building of 2 basement units in the property, the existing property of a 4-unit apartment building. Commissioners?
I'm not sure that I feel great about the idea that we had asked for a letter of support, or was a letter of support required and you just neglected to obtain that, or that sort of dropped off the list? What happened there?
Sorry. No, it was, I just forgot to send them the list. I have text communications as well as email communications with them, confirming that, they have no problems with the case or our application and our project. I just merely forgot to send them a
Okay.
letter of support.
Can we get that information from you? We have your hearing is in November, is my understanding. Let me look it up.
It's in 2.5, 3 weeks.
Yeah, it would just be helpful to see some backup. I mean, if we're just sort of taking your word for it otherwise.
Yeah, your hearing is November 9. And
I'm happy to, if it alleviates the concern, you can vote, just given the duration of the meeting and our proximity to our BZA hearing, you can vote on the motion with the condition approval upon providing either a letter of support or the backup showing that they do support it.
Yeah, I would like we'd like a letter of support. We can vote on it today, but we have to fill out as an ANC a Form 129, and we would like to have that letter of support before we fill out that form. I have to fill out that form and send it in on behalf of the commission. So we can vote on it.
I spoke to Louis this morning, so I'll follow up with Louis again tomorrow, and we'll make sure I try and get that this week.
Okay, someone asked me to please repeat the address of the location. It's 5131 2nd Street Northwest. And it is at the corner of, it would be the southeast corner of 2nd and Hamilton Street. I just noticed that in the chat. Okay, so all commissioners, we're gonna vote on this. If you support this special exception with respect to the 2 basement units to be constructed, please signify with the condition that the applicant will present prior to the commission sending the 129 form, the ANC report to the BZA, that there's no problem with the adjoining apartment building. Please signify by saying aye.
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 Okay. I heard 4. Are there any opposition? Is there anyone abstaining?
Apologies, I'm for it as well.
Oh, okay, all right. So I think that is 5. So then the motion passes, and we will expect as soon as possible the confirmation that the next door neighbors have no objection. And I'll expect that before I submit the 129 form that the BZA requires the ANC to submit. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Next, we have, very quickly, just some ABRA notices. Take it away, Commissioner Linjo.
Thank you, Chair Bowser. Can you guys hear me okay? I've had some.
Pardon me?
Can you hear me okay is what I was asking?
Oh, yes, I can hear you. I can hear you. Yes,
Yeah,
very well.
It's a microphone issue. Yeah, so is there any way we can do this even quicker? Should we just run through all of them together, or like all of them in the whole ANC, or do we need to go SMD by SMD?
Pardon me?
I was thinking if there's any way we can do these quicker than just each of us talking about them, if we can, but maybe we can need to do them SMD by SMD. Anyways,
I mean, you can summarize. I mean,
there's 2 renewals in SMD 4D01. One is at 5313 Georgia Avenue Northwest, El Purgacito. Their hours of operations are Sunday to Thursday, 7 a.m. to 2 a.m., Friday to Saturday, 7 a.m. to 3 a.m. They have different hours of sales service, which is Sunday 10 a.m. to 2 a.m., Monday, Thursday, 9 a.m. and 2 a.m., Friday, Saturday, 9 a.m. to 2 a.m. They also have hours of entertainment, importantly, which we don't get too many. Sunday to Thursday, 6 p.m. to 2 a.m., Friday and Saturday, they go to 3 a.m. This is this is actually important because the petition deadline for the protest for this one is November 14th, so it's before our next meeting. So I've not heard from anyone to protest this, but if you do, you need to reach out to us ASAP because we kind of need to meet to protest about that in between meetings if that happens. This doesn't usually happen, but because of timing of our meetings and the protests that happen this time. So please reach out to me about if you have any concern about the business at 5313 Georgia Avenue. The second one is Taqueria District Federal at 805 Kennedy Street, which are also renewing their alcoholic beverage license, keeping the hours of Sunday to Thursday, 8 a.m. to 2 a.m., Friday and Saturday, 8 a.m. to 3 a.m. Sales and service Sunday to Thursday, 11 a.m. to 1:30 a.m., Friday, Saturday, 11 a.m. to 2:30 a.m. They also have their sidewalk cafe, which are open 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. on Sunday through Thursday and are open 1 hour later on Friday and Saturday. This petition is not due until right after our November meeting, so not as rushed, but please reach out to me if you have any concerns about TDF, which is a wonderful business that I frequent quite often myself on Kennedy Street, but please reach out to me if you have any concerns. And I think that's as quick as I can be. So over to Commissioner Israel, I think, for the next one.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Linshow. So I'll be very brief. This is for what formerly was known as the Luna restaurant. It's changed the name though, or the new ownership has changed the name to Mariachi Lounge and Bar. This is at 5217 Georgia Avenue between Hamilton Street and Ingraham Street, a little bit south of the CVS that unfortunately just closed a month ago. They are requesting a entertainment endorsement from ABRA to provide live entertainment with dancing until 4 a.m. every Saturday and Sunday. And I included this in my monthly newsletter to 400 people yesterday that I sent out. For the first time in my 22 months as a commissioner, I heard immediately from multiple residents who live on the 900 block of Hamilton Street that I represent, staunchly opposed to this. They have had numerous issues going back many, many years with folks on that part of Georgia Avenue, and they're extremely concerned at that amount of sound and entertainment, quote unquote, that late into the morning. I have constituents whose rear of their houses on Ingraham Street, Illinois Ave, and Hamilton Street all face directly to this establishment. And so if they're going to be partying really late into the night, you know, that's just, I support them in their opposition. And the comment deadline is November 28th. And so I do, for my fellow commissioners' awareness, I do plan on drafting a resolution of opposition for our November 16th meeting. And I'm also going to reach out to other constituents who face that area. But my hunch is that almost all of them will probably be opposed to it based on prior experience and the fact that they don't want to hear extremely loud music until 4 a.m. That's a pretty late hour. It's one thing to serve alcohol within the bar until 3 a.m. or even till 4 a.m., but to have entertainment that late in a you know, right off a very residential area is just not really acceptable to me either. And I spoke with ABRA today about what the process was, and they informed me of what that will look like. So let me know if you have any thoughts. The comment deadline is November 28th. Thank you.
Okay. I think it's over to me with respect to Library Tavern. Library Tavern is at 5423rd Street. It is just south of 3rd and Kennedy Streets Northwest. And so I won't even go through the hours, but if you live around there, or even if you don't, if you have any comment about the Library Tavern, I have not yet reached out because we got it I think this past Friday, got the notice, but I'll be reaching out to people in my single member district. But if anyone has any comments, please feel free to let me know. The protest deadline is November 28th, so that we would need to take some action by next month's meeting, which is Wednesday, November 16th. So we do have plenty of time for that. And I will also put it in my newsletter so that anyone, whether they're here or not, will have notice. A couple years back, there were complaints about it, but I haven't heard any complaints about the Library Tavern in the last year or so. All right. I'm going to turn it over to you, Jonathan. Commissioner Noble.
Yeah, so we have a renewal application here for Sandovan Restaurant and Lounge. They are at 5420. Nope, sorry, that is Library Tavern. They're at 4809 Georgia Avenue. I have no objection to the renewal. I have not heard any community objection to the renewal.
Okay. Moving on, okay. I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner Linjo. This apartment building it's 5427 to 5433. It's right at the apex of Illinois Avenue and Georgia Avenue at Kennedy. And they are planning to put a building there. So I'm going to turn it over to you, Commissioner Linjo, to give a presentation or to ask the applicants to give a presentation and to ask them to be mindful of the time.
Yeah, exactly. I won't be long. You summarized it nicely, Renee. It's the four storefronts closest to Kennedy Street as you come south of Kennedy Street in Georgia Avenue that we're talking about. I believe 3 of the businesses have already closed, and then there's a liquor store there as well. And they're talking about a pretty big development there. So I'll turn it over to David and Carrie. I'm not sure who wants to talk first, but again, we're running pretty late here, gentlemen. So as brief as we can possibly be.
Yeah, understood. Hi, and thank you, commissioners. I'm Carrie Kavlicek. I'm land use attorney from Golson and Stores. I'm the land use counsel for the owner of this property. I realize it's late, so we will make this as quick as possible. David Bagnoli is going to run, he's the architect, he's going to run through the plans, and then I'll just kind of summarize what the BZA relief we're seeking and the justification for it. So David, I'll turn it over to you.
You guys can hear me, I assume?
Yes, I can hear you.
Great. Thanks, Carrie, and thanks to Commissioner Lindrow and Commissioner Bowser. We have had the opportunity to run through some of our ideas with them as the SMD and chair of the ANC here. So you can see on the map here on the left where the site is. It is at the apex, the kind of confluence of Georgia Avenue and Illinois Avenue, right as Kennedy comes across. It's the corner and kind of top portion of that lot. It is quite a busy thoroughfare, which will lead to some of the requests for the special exceptions that we're looking for. If we go to the next slide, and we will try to get through this very quickly. This is just giving a sense of what the existing lots are. There's 4 one-story retail establishments that have their back doors towards Illinois Avenue, a long blank wall to the north towards Kennedy Street, and their retail frontages towards Georgia Avenue there on the west. If we go to the next slide, I think we have some photos of the lots that we can share. And so that yellow building is on the southeast intersection of Illinois and Kennedy, and this is looking east from our lot. Our lot is the one there with the red mural that you see on the top left. That yellow building is now got a skin on it, a facade on it, but that was it under construction. We are going to be about that tall of a property. We are looking to do 22 units of a variety of size with ground floor retail that would front out towards both Kennedy Avenue Street and Georgia Avenue. If we go to the next slide. You all probably know this intersection well. This is the lot itself. You can see that mural. There is a bus stop that's quite active on Kennedy Street. The frontages that look out onto Georgia are on the bottom left there. And then on the corner of Kennedy and Georgia, looking southeast towards the site there on the top right. If we go to the next slide.
Keep scrolling through here. This is the residential houses that are there. If you see the top left image, that red car, those are the one-story structures there with their back doors and deliveries towards Illinois Avenue, and then the retail frontages of the single-family houses, and there's duplexes as well across the street from that red car. And then the yellow building you see there on the top right. The building isn't yellow, that's just its sheathing that's going on the building. But will be approximately that height. And so Illinois does have single family residences on both sides of the street that transition to this kind of rear facade of the building that we'd like to correct and put some residential frontages onto this edge of the street, which we'll get to here in just a moment. Next slide. Keep going quick here to try to get through. Here's our proposed structure. We are proposing basically an H-shaped structure with 100% lot occupancy that would match the existing lot occupancy. Those one-story buildings all take up property line to property line. We'd have a large open court towards the south, towards the single-family houses, which are actually separated from us by an alley. And then a connecting kind of portion that connects the H that would be slightly lower. With units that have their front doors towards Illinois Avenue, and then we'd have a lobby towards Kennedy Street with a retail frontage towards Georgia. We go to the next slide. We'll see the floor plans here. And so on the left, there is the cellar plan. There would be 5 units in the cellar. The next level up, that first floor would have 2 units with their front doors towards Illinois Avenue there on the right. With a lobby towards the retail, towards the residential to the north on Kennedy, and then the retail that faces out towards Georgia Avenue. Next slide are the floors above this. We can go to the next one. These are the second, third, fourth, and then the penthouse level. All of this would be within the height limitations for the zone. There would be an exterior terrace that would be at the roof of the first floor that the units would have access to. There'd be a planter to keep those units set back from the face of the street and from the south. And then as you go up, there would be ultimately some pop-ups from the parapet, pop-ups from the penthouse unit would allow them access to small roof terraces for those units only. Next slide. Just a couple of elevational renderings that show the proposed structure on the left. I'm sorry, on the top, and that's the view looking down Illinois to the left, and on the bottom, that's the view from across the corner from Georgia Avenue, looking down Georgia Avenue. So Kennedy Street is in both cases in the foreground. The red brick that you see there is meant to just designate that first floor. The retail would be those bigger windows with the residential facing Illinois. And then on the upper level, you can start to see the planters and the outdoor terrace that would be on the roof of that first floor. And then there would be a series of bays that step and give a sense of motion along Georgia Avenue to try to capture that kind of dynamic energy that happens up and down Georgia Avenue. That happens on both Illinois and Georgia. You see it a little better in the view down on the bottom. Next slide. These are just the elevations. This is the Georgia Avenue elevation, the building height measuring point, and the full building height there is shown. That's all underneath the allowable height per the zones. We're not looking for any relief on the height. Next slide. Currently, there is no parking on the lot. DDOT would not give a curb cut in any case to this lot because of its configuration. So that's the other thing that we're looking for relief on. This is just a facade facing Kennedy Street, which would have, where we have a blank wall now, we'd have retail and residential frontages onto Kennedy Street, which we really think will enliven Kennedy Street with a lot of people coming out through those doors, as well as those private stoops on the left that lead up from Illinois. Next slide. This is the Illinois Avenue side. There's the stoops coming up, and then their balconies looking out from Illinois. You can see the houses off to the left there, and then Kennedy would be on the right. And I think just have 1 or 2 more slides here. This is just the slide facing south. This is face on property, so there would be no windows on that south facing facade. There is some existing low 1.5-story retail on the left-hand side. That's Georgia Avenue on the left and Illinois on the right. Next slide. And while we spoke with the commissioners, there was a request to just do some brief sun studies, or I shouldn't say brief, but simple sun studies. So the way, if you all are used to seeing these, you know, the equinox in the spring and the fall is basically the same shadows. So north is up. And so what you have at the left is 3 p.m. In the middle is noon, and on the right is 9 a.m. So you can see that in all cases, in the point of that point of the year where the sun is at the midpoint, it's not casting shadows on any adjacent buildings. And then the lower portion of this is when the sun is at its highest peak. You can see as well the shadows are much less there. Again, 3 p.m. on the left, noon in the middle, and 9 a.m. on the right. And the next slide is just showing the winter solstice. I guess that's the winter solstice here, where the shadows are longest in the winter. And so on the left, again, 3 p.m., noon in the middle, and 9 a.m. on the right. So that's the presentation. Carrie, if you want to summarize the relief we're seeking.
Yeah, thanks, David. So as he mentioned, we're seeking relief for two things with the BZA application. One is a special exception from the lot occupancy requirements. I do want to point out that the lot occupancy relief that we're seeking is only for the first floor, which is recreating the condition that's there now, which is 100% lot occupancy. And it's just a technicality because when you have residential use, lot occupancy is limited to 75%. But when you have commercial, it's 100% allowable. So we're just recreating what's there now, 100%. But that at the second, third, and fourth floors, the lot occupancy is actually 69%, which is less than the matter of right limit of 75%. So it's really for just the first floor that we're seeking lot occupancy relief. And then the second thing from which we're seeking a special exception is the parking requirement. This building has a parking requirement of 3 spaces. As David mentioned, there's physically no way to put parking on this site. It would violate DDOT policies to put a curb cut on any of those street frontages. There wouldn't be room anyway. There's just no way to accommodate a curb cut on any of the street frontages. Plus, the site doesn't have alley access, so there really is just no way physically to accommodate any sort of parking access and parking on site. So we are seeking relief from that. And as you all know better than I do, there's pretty good bus transportation there. There's high priority bus corridor lanes, routes rather, along Georgia Avenue. We don't expect that these are the type of people who will be bringing cars, and there's no way to get them in anyway. And furthermore, because this property is zoned MU, which is mixed use and not solely residential zone, as far as I understand it is not possible to get RPP parking when a property's address is in a zone that's not residential. So if anyone even wanted to bring a car, they couldn't do it. So that's a summary quick. We're happy to answer any more specific questions, but we'll conclude with that in the interest of time. So thank you.
I guess, Carrie, one last thing, our hearing is scheduled for December 14th.
Yes, sorry. Thank you for mentioning that.
Right, we're going to vote on your special exception request at the November meeting. Do any commissioners have any quick questions at this point?
I do have one follow-up question regarding accessibility for wheelchairs, for example. Are those plans included for the development?
So there is accessible retail for folks coming to that retail on the corner. You know, Georgia Avenue slopes from the high point on the top left. We are working to try to get accessible, access to that top corner. We're showing a current lift because our first floor is elevated slightly over that grade, and we think we're going to be able to push the building down. But yes, right now, currently as shown, there is accessibility to it. That's something that we'll continue to refine to make it better, but it is provided already.
And that's to the whole building?
No, the retail only. The residential is not required to have accessibility because the way that the Fair Housing Code is written, if all of the living is not on the first floor, the lower, the on grade, you do not have to provide accessibility. So, but again, we are looking at trying to lower the building slightly so that we can get access directly off of that. And that's certainly something that we can continue to pursue if that's something that we would like to, work on.
And just one additional question, and a weird one, but bear with me. Are the units going to have laundry in unit, or is there going to be a central laundry location within the building, or will residents be required to go to a neighboring laundromat?
The intention is for the units to have individual laundry within the building at the moment. As we've all heard over and over again, the market is changing, dramatically, and costs are going up. And so as of today, the intention is to have units with laundry in the units. I think the fallback to that would be to have a laundry room in the building, but I don't think the owner or developer is interested in that pursuit. They would rather have these be, the sort of unit that has a laundry within it. There will be common building amenities of trash and, bike storage room and all those other things required by zoning.
And
so
go ahead.
Who is the owner and developer?
The developer is Dr. Omer Bison. He
Sorry, how do you spell that?
Bisen.
Omarbisen.
Yeah, well, that's 2 words. Yes.
So his first name is
Omar
yeah, and his last name is Bison. Okay.
Bison. Bisen.
And did you?
And the developer is?
He is the owner developer. Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Did you indicate how many units you're proposing, and do you have any updates on what we asked earlier in another meeting about any affordable units? How many units are going to be in the building?
So there's 22 proposed units, a combination of 1-bedrooms, perhaps some studios, and a few 2-bedrooms as well. Because we're over 9 units, there will be IZ zoning that applies to these. And so, yes, there will be, affordable units in the, to comply with the IZ requirements. Carrie, I'm not sure if you have any more specifics on that.
Yeah, the set aside is roughly 10% of the residential floor area for IZ units. So that equates, depending on how that all shakes out in the units, it would be 2 or 3 units would be affordable.
Okay, and
Most likely.
have you discussed with the affordability range?
Well, it's what's required by zoning, which is 60% MFI. If it's a rental, it's 60% MFI. If it's a for sale unit, which the owner hasn't decided yet, then it's 80% MFI.
All right. Any other questions before we? Commissioner Israel.
Yes. So for David and Carrie's background, really briefly, where the Lucky Corner Market is on the very northern end that you're developing, I'm sure you've noticed there's the We Heart Kennedy art mural.
Yes.
That,
we know you all
that was a long
kind of
time in
roll
the
on
making.
that.
And just for your awareness, our ANC gave a $3,500 grant to create that artwork. So it's a bit sad to see it go. It's great that you are building this much needed housing. And I just looked it back up, and Uptown Main Street was the main lead on that, which covers the Kennedy Street corridor and 14th Street. And the total cost of that was about $10,000. We supplied 3,500 of it. But I guess my main question for you all is, would you consider making a comparable donation of about $3,500 either back to ANC 4D or to Uptown Main Street, so that they can maybe find another property to paint a similar type art mural at, because this one will cease to exist in the near term? And it took them a while to do it. It was $10,000 total. It would be really great if there's another property on Kennedy Street where we could replicate that. I just hate to see it such short-lived. So I just want to see if you'd all be open to doing that.
Yeah, we have to talk to the owner of the developer, but that's I think that makes sense. I totally understand where you're coming from with that. So let us talk to him and see what he says about that. But I totally hear you, and I think that makes sense.
Yeah, it would also be helpful to know what other projects Dr. Bison has been involved in the District of Columbia.
This is his first.
Oh,
first.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, thank you.
Commissioner Bouquet, did you have another comment?
I did. I have another question. For the retail in this space, what are the plans to solicit community feedback for the type of retail that will be located there?
I don't think they're. Go ahead, David.
Yeah, I don't think there's any plans just yet. I think as any owner operator would would suggest, I think, whatever makes the most sense from an economic viability. They don't want to put a tenant in who's not going to be successful. And so, you know, whether it's a restaurant use or a, you know, ground floor, you know, mercantile type of establishment, I think is what we've been thinking about, whether it's one of those two, but you got to find the right tenant who's going to be successful there. Are there thoughts you might have about that you could share that would be helpful for us to take back?
I don't at this very moment at 10:07 p.m., but we'll definitely think about that. The one thought I do have is to please continue to involve this commission as the project progresses, if it is approved, because I know that we and the incoming commissioners will want to involve the community in that process.
Okay.
Very much so. Yeah. Thank you, Commissioner Bouquet. I'm going to cut it off here because we are at 10 o'clock and you will be back here next month for just a brief follow-up and vote. And so I think we're going to cut it off here. Appreciate your time. Appreciate you waiting too late in the meeting to make your presentation. And if we have any additional questions during the interim, we will send them to you.
Absolutely. Thank you. We appreciate your
Thanks so much.
Bye-bye.
Have a good night. Next, we're moving to Commissioner Israel very quickly with regard. Oh, no, it's three.
Yeah, you said there's still a BZA case in your SMD.
5316 Kansas Avenue. I'm trying to rush to the end. Sorry about that. Are the presenters for the applicant at 5316 Kansas Avenue with us? Ms. Sarah.
I am, Commissioner. This is Marty Sullivan, zoning counsel for Jay LeBlanc, and Jay is here as well. I think he might be under my name.
Okay.
So Jay is the property owner, and I believe Sarah.
Hello. Sorry about that.
And Sarah Clarkham is here as well.
Well, no, Sarah's not here, but I think she sent you a PowerPoint, I believe.
Yes, and I turned it over to our Commissioner Noble, and you have 10 minutes, and I'm going to really hold you to that.
I'm just the AV guy.
Yeah, I shouldn't need that much. I hope. So this is it's 5316 Kansas Avenue. It's the R3 zone. The proposal is to expand and extend a deck. And it's a little unusual. The deck's going to have a walkway to the back, and then there'll be a deck over a parking space at the back of the property. So here you see photos on page 3. And on the left, there is the subject property, 5316, and there's some of the surrounding property and some of the decks on the property you see from the alley. Next slide, please. This is a rear elevation, which it's difficult to tell what's going on from this, but you can see the height of it. And a car goes under it. The next slide, please, will explain a little more. So the top of this is the house, and that's the deck connected to the house. And then there's a walkway back. If you slide down a little more, you'll see a raised deck then at the back of the property on top of the parking space. And next slide, please, should also, so this shows you side view. I just received tonight, Jay tried to send them to me yesterday, but there was a technical issue, and Sarah forwarded them to you, I believe, Commissioner, support letters. So we do have support letters from both adjacent neighbors and from 3 other people. Next slide, please. So we're asking for 2 areas of relief. One is lot occupancy. We're asking for 69.9%, and rear yard, because the deck is connected to the front, there's just a rear yard of 3.5 feet, as that goes into the rear yard as a sort of a solitary structure with the house. So it's asking for special exception relief from both of those. The criteria for approval beyond the general requirement is slide 8, light and air should not be unduly affected, and privacy of use and enjoyment of neighbor properties shall not be affected, and the addition shall not substantially visually intrude upon character, scale, and pattern. So for Light and air, it's a deck. It's just a deck and it's just a walkway in the center of the property. So there's not much impact from light and air. Privacy of use and enjoyment doesn't change much because of the specific relief. Because we still have a deck in the back, and it doesn't decrease the amount of privacy. And again, we have the support of the adjacent neighbors. And then this is not to have a deck in the back and a deck in the back of the house, as you saw from the photos, is not out of character with other houses on the street. And that's all we have. Jay, I don't know if you wanted to add anything. I don't think there's anything you need to add, but Jay's here for questions as well.
Yeah, no, thanks, Marty. Nothing to add to that, but I will be happy to answer questions.
Our hearing is November 30th.
November.
Yeah, sorry. So commissioners, this today or?
I'm sorry.
November 3rd?
30th, I believe.
Oh, 30th. Yeah. I didn't think it was November 3rd because yeah. Okay. And so basically, I went by earlier this week. Basically, you're extending the deck out. Are you making the deck wider, closer to either fence, or just extending it out?
Yeah, so I'm essentially really building the deck over the parking space that's there, and then building a walkway from where the existing deck is today out to that deck that would be over the parking space.
Okay. All right.
So it's actually it's not any wider. The existing deck wouldn't be any wider. The new deck wouldn't be any wider than the existing deck.
Okay. All right. Do any other commissioners have questions?
Is the purpose here just for private use and private improvement of the home?
Yeah, exactly.
Got it. Do you have any concerns about neighbors looking at you on the bottom, on the new part of your deck, all the way by the alley, or no? Is that a privacy issue on their part?
No, not at all. The deck would be raised, so I guess neighbors would be able to see out their windows, but it doesn't change the privacy of my yard from everyone else's deck and window, and doesn't change the privacy of their yards from my existing deck and window.
Commissioner Linjo?
We had a very similar request like about a year and a half ago in one of our first meetings, correct? One block up on Kansas Avenue, north of Jefferson and south of Kennedy. I know this is south of Jefferson. I think we supported that, and it was a very similar request, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a similar request. In that case, the alley, the way the alley is slanted there, it really cut off even to build like a regular size deck would be oversized for their property because they had so little backyard. That was the main thing. That was in a different block of Kennedy Street. That was in the 5400 block of Kansas Avenue.
Right. It was one block up from this. I remember that.
Yes.
I just want to make sure we were consistent if they were so similar. But you're right, that alley is a little strange.
Yeah, that alley really cut off. They had so very little backyard. That's why they had to exceed the lot occupancy. And I couldn't tell until I went and looked at it and took photos. And then I understood, because they almost have like no backyard. And that was the 5400 block of Kansas. This is not quite the same. They have a full backyard. I mean, I say full backyard, the backyards of different blocks are different. But their backyard is probably about the length of my backyard. I mean, the backyards on the cross streets like Jefferson are a lot longer. But it seems like their backyard is not cut short by an angle or anything like in the 5400 block of Kansas.
Right, thank you. I appreciate that.
Oh, you're welcome. Go ahead. Any other questions by commissioners? Or if we have any additional questions, we can ask them to them in writing. Any quick questions from any attendees who are hanging in there with us with respect to this special exception request to extend and enlarge the backyard deck? Okay, hearing none. Thank you. We've asked some questions here. If we have any additional questions, we will send them to you in a timely manner so that you can be prepared. The next month's meeting is November 16th, where you can do a quick recap. And if we have additional questions, answer those questions and we will have a vote.
Thank you.
But
Great.
you say,
Thank you, Commissioner.
oh, you're welcome. Okay. All right, we're about to wrap up. Thank you for hanging in there to make your presentation for the 5316 Kansas Avenue, and we know it's late. Resolution, you're urging DPR, Department of Parks and Recreation, I can't even talk now, to allocate 100,000 of its FY24 small park improvements budget for reservation 312H. Take it away, Commissioner Israel.
Thank you, Chair Bowser. And I don't think it'll take the full 10 minutes, so I'll try to get through this quickly. So there is a small triangle park in my single member district 4004 that's bounded by Illinois Avenue, 9th Street, and Ingraham Street. It's immediately adjacent to the western side of the Truesdale Elementary School campus. And so I was always intrigued by this since I became a commissioner, and I did research and figured out that in fact the owner of that property is DPR, Department of Parks and Recreation. I've also come to discover, there are some of these small parks in our community that are actually owned by DDOT, and then of course some owned by the National Park Service, like Sherman Circle Park and the surrounding lots there. But because this triangle park, which is about 3,600 square feet, is owned by DPR. DPR has, up to their budgetary discretion about whether to make certain improvements to that land that they own and manage. So, for example, 1 or 2 benches, a little walkway, an area for flowers, that organizations like Petworth Blooms could theoretically plant flowers in, things like that. And so I note, as you see in the resolution here, that it's almost been exactly 50 years since the federal government transferred ownership of this triangle park and most of the triangle parks in Brightwood Park and Petworth to the district government. It was December 14th, 1972. So we're about to hit the 50-year mark. And the reason I feel that this park in particular would be a good site for some improvements, it's right next to a DCPS elementary school. So there's a high frequency of pedestrian traffic right in that immediate area. As we all know, earlier this year, back in June, we heard from DDOT and the principal of Truesdale regarding the closure of that part of 9th Street between Illinois Avenue and Ingraham Street to all vehicular traffic to make conditions safer for students. So that street space is actually closed off by very large flexi posts. So if you drive by there, you'll see what I'm talking about. We also, DDOT installed a capital bike share docking station in that street space right next to the park. So there's sort of a larger street area that's closed off to vehicular traffic. It's right next to a school. And for those reasons, I felt compelled to inquire to see if we could get some funds for it from DPR. What I came to discover was that in the FY23 budget that the council passed earlier this year, it was signed into law by Mayor Bowser, there was a total of $1 million in funds for what DPR calls their small park improvements budget, which is, as it sounds, to make improvements to little small triangle parks in their portfolio like this one. And the legal name of it is Reservation 312H, 312H. That's the legal term for this triangle park. And I asked over the last literally 10 months or so, I've been inquiring to DPR saying, hey, could we get some of those funds for this park in FY23? And what I've discovered recently was that basically DPR plans how they're going to spend their money for the subsequent fiscal year about a year before the fiscal year. So the FY23 funds were actually decided in fall of 2021 about how they were going to be spent. So obviously that was a year ago, it's too late. But what they did say was, Commissioner Israel, we consider setting aside funds for the FY24 budget and what they call the spend plan, which is being developed right now, so that for next year, the funds will be set aside. The way I came up to $100,000 was I actually talked to one of the capital planners for DPR, and I asked him what he thought it would cost based on his experience for a park of this size. And he said it would be $100,000, which is a lot of money for a park of the size. But as we know, there's labor costs involved, there's procurement issues, things like that. So if it was a larger park, it would probably be $200,000 or $300,000. This is only $100,000. And yeah, so the great news is that DPR confirmed with me just a few days ago that they are actually willing to formally recommend that $100,000 in their FY24 spend plan for small park improvements be allocated to Reservation 312H. So that means that if that goes forward, they would actually make these improvements between October 1, 2023 and September 30th, 2024. So the new commission and the new commissioner for that area will work with DPR at that point and have community input meetings and things like that, similar to what happened with Larry Allen Park in 2019 and 2020. And so if we can go to page 2, Commissioner Noble, really quick. Essentially what this resolution is just asking for is urging and supporting DPR to formally recommend that $100,000 of its FY24 small park improvements budget and spend plan be allocated towards park improvements at Reservation 312H. And secondly, urging DPR to proactively work and correspond with the newly elected ANC 4D and the commissioner representing Reservation 312H in the new SMD 4D03, where this triangle park will be located in, on all aspects of the park improvements, including planning, design, installation during FY24, which goes from October 1, 23 to September 30th, 2024. Be it further resolved that 4D04 Commissioner Zachary Israel is hereby authorized to represent the commission in all matters relating to this resolution. So this is sort of more of a formality just to make our commission on record in case there's any bureaucratic things within DPR. They can go back and say the commission's in support of this. And again, I've been working off and on for about 10 months to get to this point. So I urge all my colleagues to vote in favor of this. And with that, I make a motion for ANC 4D to approve the resolution urging DPR to allocate $100,000 of its FY24 small park improvements budget for Reservation 312H.
It's been moved and seconded. The resolution, it's been moved. I'm going to ask for a second. I'm going to ask for a second.
I can second it.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, it's been moved and seconded that ANC 4D pass resolution urging the Department of Parks and Recreation to allocate $100,000 of its fiscal year 2024 budget, small park improvements budget for Reservation 312, 312H. We can open it for comment. If anyone has any questions or comments, starting with the commissioners, and then we'll move to our hardy attendees that are still with us. Hearing no comments from commissioners, does anyone any of our attendees, anyone public constituent have any comments on this proposed resolution? Okay, hearing none. Are we ready to vote, commissioners? Oh, go ahead. Did you have a comment, Commissioner Bouquet?
No.
Oh, okay. I thought I heard something. The hour's getting late. I'm hearing things. Okay. All in favor, all commissioners in favor of the resolution by ANC 4D urging DPR, Department of Parks and Recreation, to allocate $100,000 of its fiscal year 2024 small park improvements budget for Reservation 312H next to Truesdale, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Any abstention? Are there still the 5 of us here? Okay, just want to make sure. Okay, the ayes have it and it passes.
Thank you all.
Oh, you're welcome. Very quickly, I'm the last person on here. for ANC. I'm proposing a resolution demanding the Department of Buildings, demanding of them transparency and enforcement of illegal construction and blighted vacant property regulations and housing and construction codes. As everyone knows, as of October 1st, the Department of Consumer and Regulatory Affairs was split into two different departments. There's the Department of Buildings, and there's also, you get the name of the other department that is basically licensing the other department. Department of Buildings is responsible for building inspections, code enforcement, construction code compliance, green building, permitting, rental property maintenance standards, surveying of district and third-party inspectors. So we've had over the years so many problems with faulty construction, illegal construction, blighted vacant buildings. There's some buildings can be classified as vacant, but if they're really blighted, that's additional tax on the property owner. We've had so many cases of that. We had so many cases of housing code violations and other violations that really never get fixed. For example, on Kennedy Street, we have the infamous 433 Kennedy Street, where there's Coloma River Capital, which is a developer that has owned that property for several years now. They will not even send out anyone to fix, to mow the property or keep it free of trash. We have to file a complaint with DCRA periodically to get them to do it. And the last several times I've talked to DCRA, they've told me that they don't have enough inspectors for blighted vacant properties, and for other things they've told me of their concerns. So this, I thought at the time that the department was split up to make change for the better for the agency and for residents and consumers of the agency, that we should put in, as our ANC, put in the problems that we've been having. And so what we did, we talked about the definition of what is a vacant building, what is a blighted building, and we talked about the numerous complaints that we've had and how DCRA, now Department of Buildings, has not corrected them. And so we listed in a couple pages of our resolution several of the problems that we've had from illegal construction, from and you know, ANC 4D is the ANC where there was the fire on Kennedy Street, the 700 block of Kennedy Street a few years back, where 2 people died, an adult male and a child. And also we are the ANC where on 9th Street, 916 Kennedy Street, even though residents complained about the faultiness of the construction, that they didn't, the DCRA, then DCRA, now Department of Buildings, did not do anything. And the 5-story construction fell and damaged a couple different homes. And so it's really been a problem of follow through. And I know it wasn't with respect to another building on Kennedy Street. I talked to the person who was over the illegal construction, and in the complaint had submitted pictures of the what seemed to be very precarious stilts of the neighboring, the next door building, and the tenant complained about the building shaking when they were doing construction. But they said there was no problem there. It could have been another, she moved, that tenant moved, but it could have been another problem, just like the 916 Kennedy Street. So we thought this is the time to lay out some of the worst problems that we've had that are still not corrected to the council and to the agency itself and to the mayor. And so I'll just very quickly read the principal resolves that Now, therefore, be it resolved that ANC 4D demands that the Department of Buildings hire more full-time inspectors knowledgeable about inspecting for illegal construction complaints, and that the inspectors receive ongoing training in order to conduct comprehensive inspection, because that's the problem with the 916 Kennedy Street. The Department of Buildings hire more full-time inspectors knowledgeable about inspecting blighted vacant property complaints, and that the inspectors receive ongoing training. The Department of Buildings hire more full-time inspectors knowledgeable about inspecting for rental housing code violations. I didn't put it in there, but I know I've had examples and other commissioners had examples where for years, the terrible conditions that tenants have lived under because DCRA, most of the time they inspected, but then they did nothing after that. We're asking that the Department of Buildings establish a usable, public available database that ANC commissioners can access. I have a typo there, access to learn the status of their Department of Building service requests or complaints. This means that all categories of information required under the annual enforcement report required under Title II of the new statute, the Department of Buildings Establishment Act of 2020, should be made available to ANCs and the public, so you can look at the status. We also are asking that the Department of the law that requires in Title IV rulemaking authority that the mayor issue rules as necessary to implement the provisions of the act by issuing regulations requiring the Department of Buildings to file quarterly reports with the council so that they have a quarterly review of what is happening with the Department of Buildings, not just a once a year annual review at the performance oversight hearings. And we also demand that the Department of Buildings train ANCs and the public on the most efficient ways to route complaints to the agency through a central email or direct entry into online tracking system. And this is because we think sometimes we're talking to the DCRA inspectors, but we haven't put it in online, that we have to know how to do it, because it seems to me that some of the complaints people file 311, but that doesn't capture all the complaints, and some people do online email complaints, and that has not been, those types of complaints have not been fully captured. And finally, we're asking the Department of Building and DC Council must pursue reforms to require the agency to conduct recurring and timely inspections without requiring newly initiated complaints when cases have events that they're recurring serious illegal construction, blighted vacant property, rental housing code, and zoning violations. In other words, that if there's an ongoing problem and we've contacted you 2 or 3 times, do we have to keep contacting you when we've told you it's a problem, it's an ongoing problem? So these are some of the things we want to try to bring to the fore or emphasize as the council is going to be looking at the conduct of the new separately produced agencies that were formerly DCRA. And so I move that ANC resolution demanding of Department of Buildings transparency and enforcement of illegal construction and blighted vacant property regulations and housing construction codes. So in transparency enforcement of all that they have the oversight of. Can I get a second?
I second that.
Thank you. Does anyone, it's been moved and seconded, so we're open it for comments. Does any commissioner have a comment? And I'll then move on to others. Okay, hearing none, does anyone from the public have a comment? Any of our attendees have a comment? I see something in the chat about DCRA, but I'm not, it says that multiple agencies in DC government affairs, DCRA has been attempting to hire more inspectors. Additionally, did DCRA not release a program allowing residents to train as inspectors and serve in this capacity? Yes, they did. They do have a program called third-party inspectors, and where they train people that they can do it kind of on an a la carte basis. They can do it when that doesn't have to be their full-time job. They can say, oh, I can do some inspections Tuesday or Thursday, or I can do inspections on Wednesday afternoon. So they do have that program, yes. But as we as our experience has been, they're still woefully behind. And as I say, even in the resolution, I've talked to a supervisor and also 2 different inspectors at DCRA, and they complain that they have 8 or 10. In fact, I have the numbers in the resolution, but they said approximately 8 or 10 vacant and blighted inspectors for the entire city.
I think it's become clear that that program is not adequate to serve the needs of the community.
Yes, that's what I was trying to say. Thank you.
Yeah, Chair Bowser, if I just make one brief comment that it was very disheartening to see that Mayor Bowser appointed Mr. Chopra as the new head of the Department of Buildings when there's been a whole history there. We don't have to get through it, but for anyone still on the call, including 2 likely incoming 40 commissioners, please continue holding the new Department of Buildings feet to the fire. It's unacceptable what they allow to happen. This resolution is trying to address that. But, you know, I think there will unfortunately be these issues persisting into the future. So
it's a joke, and we wonder why we have wrap-up problems. I mean, it's all
yeah, very true. There's someone on the phone. Please unmute yourself and make your comment or question. It's 202, my glasses are failing me, 270-1461. If you have, your hand is raised, if you have a comment, please feel free to unmute yourself, *6, and ask your question or make your comment. Okay. Hearing, is the person on the phone still want to make the comment? I don't want to cut you off, but we are short of time. You're muted. 202-270-1461, you're muted.
Yeah, I'm trying to unmute them, but it's
okay.
Yep. They might be unmuted now.
Yes, looks like they are. Please make your comment. Okay, I think we're going to have to forego that constituent's comment. Commissioners, it's been moved and seconded. The resolution demanding of Department of Buildings transparency and enforcement of illegal construction and blighted vacant property regulations and housing and construction codes. All in favor of this resolution, which will go to not only the mayor and the department, but also to council, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? The ayes have it. Thank you. We're going to hammer out of this meeting. Thank you for staying with us. Even 18 people, we really appreciate it. Our next public meeting will still be virtual in November, and that will be Wednesday, November 16th. And I'm going to close this meeting at 10:40 p.m.
Chair Bowser, sorry, before you do that, just so that we can have it on record, the Moker Yameleth Escobar did send me a text saying that she had a family emergency. She was on and had to jump off. So I just wanted to flag that for commissioners.
Oh, thank you. I understand that because she's very responsive. So thank you, Commissioner Bouquet. If there's no more business, we are adjourning at 10:41. Thank you. Thank you for your attendance.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Good night.